Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, our quest takes us through a collection of old fairy tales written down by Hans Christian Andersen. Now, settle in, take a deep breath, and let's travel back to an age of myth and legend. The Bell Deep. Ding dong, ding dong. It sounds up from the Bell Deep in the Odense Au. Every child in the old town of Odense, on the island of Funen, knows the Au, which washes the gardens round about the town and flows on under the wooden bridges from the dam to the watermill. In the Au grow the yellow water lilies and brown feathery reeds. The dark velvety flag grows there, high and thick. Old and decayed willows, slanting and tottering, hang far out over the stream beside the monk's meadow and by the bleaching ground. But opposite there are gardens upon gardens, each different from the rest, some with pretty flowers and bowers like little dolls' pleasure grounds, often displaying cabbage and other kitchen plants. And here and there the gardens cannot be seen at all, for the great elder trees that spread themselves out by the bank and hang far out over the streaming waters, which are deeper here and there than an oar can fathom. Opposite the old nunnery is the deepest place, which is called the Bell Deep, and there dwells the old water spirit, the Oman. This spirit sleeps through the day while the sun shines down upon the water. But in starry and moonlit nights he shows himself. He is very old. Grandmother says that she has heard her own grandmother tell of him. He is said to lead a solitary life and to have nobody with whom he can converse save the great old church bell. Once the bell hung in the church tower, but now there is no trace left of the tower or of the church, which was called St. Albans. Ding dong, ding dong, sounded the bell, when the tower still stood there. And one evening, while the sun was setting and the bell was swinging away bravely, it broke loose and came flying down through the air, the brilliant metal shining in the ruddy beam. Ding dong, ding dong, now I'll retire to rest, sang the bell, and flew down into the Odense Au, where it is deepest, and that is why the place is called the Bell Deep. But the bell got neither rest nor sleep. Down in the Oman's haunt it sounds and rings, so that the tones sometimes pierce upward through the waters, and many people maintain that its strains forebode the death of someone. But that is not true, for the bell is only talking with the Oman, who is now no longer alone. And what is the bell telling? It is old, very old, as we have already observed. It was there long before grandmother's grandmother was born, and yet it is but a child in comparison with the Oman, who is quite an old quiet personage, an oddity, with his hose of eel skin, and his scaly jacket with the yellow lilies for buttons, and a wreath of reed in his hair and seaweed in his beard. But he looks very pretty for all that. What the bell tells, to repeat it all would require years and days, for year by year it is telling the old stories, sometimes short ones, sometimes long ones, according to its whim. It tells of old times, of the dark, hard times. Thus, in the church of St. Alban, the monk had mounted up into the tower. He was young and handsome, but thoughtful exceedingly. He looked through the loophole out upon the Odense Au, when the bed of the water was yet broad, and the monk's meadow was still a lake. He looked out over it, and over the rampart, and over the nuns' hill opposite, where the convent lay, and the light gleamed forth from the nun's cell, He had known the nun right well, and he thought of her, and his heart beat quicker as he thought. Ding dong, ding dong. Yes, this was the story the bell told. Into the tower came also the dapper manservant of the bishop, and when I, the bell, who am made of metal, rang hard and loud, and swung to and fro, I might have beaten out his brains. He sat down close under me, and played with two little sticks, as if they had been a stringed instrument, and he sang to it. Now I may sing it out aloud, though at other times I may not whisper it. I may sing of everything that is kept concealed behind lock and bars. Yonder it is cold and wet. The rats are eating her up alive. Nobody knows of it. Nobody hears of it. Not even now, for the bell is ringing and singing its loud ding-dong, ding-dong. There was a king in those days. They called him Canute. He bowed himself before bishop and monk. But when he offended the free peasants with heavy taxes and hard words, they seized their weapons and put him to flight like a wild beast. He sought shelter in the church and shut gate and door behind him. The violent band surrounded the church. I heard tell of it. The crows, ravens, and magpies started up in terror at the yelling and shouting that sounded around. They flew into the tower and out again. They looked down upon the throng below, and they also looked into the windows of the church and screamed out aloud what they saw there. King Canute knelt before the altar in prayer. His brothers Eric and Benedict stood by him as a guard with drawn swords. But the king's servant, the treacherous Blake, betrayed his master. The throng in front of the church knew where they could hit the king, and one of them flung a stone through a pane of glass, and the king lay there dead. The cries and screams of the savage horde and of the birds sounded through the air, and I joined in it also, for I sang, ding-dong, ding-dong. The church bell hangs high and looks far around, and sees the birds around it, and understands their language. The wind roars in upon it through windows and loopholes, and the wind knows everything, for he gets it from the air, which encircles all things, and the church bell understands his tongue, and rings it out into the world. Ding-dong, ding-dong. But it was too much for me to hear and to know. I was not able any longer to ring it out. I became so tired, so heavy, that the beam broke, and I flew out into the gleaming owl, where the water is deepest, and where the oman lives, solitary and alone. And year by year I tell him what I have heard and what I know. Ding-dong, ding-dong. Thus it sounds complainingly out of the bell deep in the Odense owl. That is what grandmother told us. But the schoolmaster says that there was not any bell that rung down there, for that it could not do so, and that no owlman dwelt yonder, for there was no owlman at all. And when all the other church bells are sounding sweetly, he says that it is not really the bells that are sounding, but that it is the air itself which sends forth the notes. And grandmother said to us that the bell itself said it was the air who told it to him. Consequently, they are agreed on that point, and this much is sure. Be cautious, cautious, and take good heed to thyself, they both say. The air knows everything. It is around us, it is in us. It talks of our thoughts and of our deeds, and it speaks longer of them than does the bell down in the depths of the Odense owl, where the owlman dwells. It rings it out in the vault of heaven far, far out, forever and ever, till the heaven bells sound, ding-dong, ding-dong. Little Claus and Big Claus. In a village, there once lived two men who had the same name. They were both called Claus. One of them had 4 horses, but the other had only one. So to distinguish them, people called the owner of the 4 horses Great Claus, and he who had only one, Little Claus. Now we shall hear what happened to them, for this is a true story. Through the whole week, Little Claus was obliged to plough for Great Claus and lend him his one horse. And once a week, on a Sunday, Great Claus lent him all his 4 horses. Then how Little Claus would smack his whip over all 5 horses. They were as good as his own on that one day. The sun shone brightly, and the church bells were ringing merrily as the people passed by, dressed in their best clothes, with their prayer books under their arms. They were going to hear the clergyman preach. They looked at Little Claus ploughing with his 5 horses, and he was so proud that he smacked his whip and said, "Gee up, my 5 horses." "You must not say that," said Big Claus, "for only one of them belongs to you." But Little Claus soon forgot what he ought to say, and when anyone passed, he would call out, "Gee up, my 5 horses." "Now I must beg you not to say that again," said Big Claus, "for if you do, I shall hit your horse on the head, so that he will drop dead on the spot, and there will be an end of him." "I promise you I will not say it any more," said the other. But as soon as people came by, nodding to him and wishing him good day, he became so pleased and thought how grand it looked to have 5 horses ploughing in his field, that he cried out again, "Gee up, all my horses." "I'll gee up your horses for you," said Big Claus. And seizing a hammer, he struck the one horse of Little Claus on the head, and he fell dead instantly. "Oh, now I have no horse at all," said Little Claus, weeping. But after a while, he took off the dead horse's skin and hung the hide to dry in the wind. Then he put the dry skin into a bag and, placing it over his shoulder, went out into the next town to sell the horse's skin. He had a very long way to go and had to pass through a dark, gloomy forest. Presently a storm arose, and he lost his way, and before he discovered the right path, evening came on, and it was still a long way to the town, and too far to return home before night. Near the road stood a large farmhouse. The shutters outside the windows were closed, but light shone through the crevices at the top. "I might get permission to stay here for the night," thought Little Claus. So he went up to the door and knocked. The farmer's wife opened the door, but when she heard what he wanted, she told him to go away, as her husband would not allow her to admit strangers. "Then I shall be obliged to lie out here," said Little Claus to himself, as the farmer's wife shut the door in his face. Near to the farmhouse stood a large haystack, and between it and the house was a small shed with a thatched roof. "I can lie up there," said Little Claus, as he saw the roof. "It will make a famous bed, but I hope the stork will not fly down and bite my legs." For on it stood a living stork, whose nest was in the roof. So Little Claus climbed to the roof of the shed, and while he turned himself to get comfortable, he discovered that the wooden shutters, which were closed, did not reach to the tops of the windows of the farmhouse, so that he could see into a room in which a large table was laid out with wine, roast meat, and a splendid fish. The farmer's wife and the sexton were sitting at the table together, and she filled his glass and helped him plenteously to fish, which appeared to be his favourite dish. If I could only get some too, thought little Claus. And then, as he stretched his neck towards the window, he spied a large, beautiful pie. Indeed, they had a glorious feast before them. At this moment, he heard someone riding down the road towards the farmhouse. It was the farmer returning home. He was a good man, but still he had a very strange prejudice. He could not bear the sight of a sexton. If one appeared before him, he will put himself in a terrible rage. In consequence of this dislike, the sexton had gone to visit the farmer's wife during her husband's absence from home, and the good woman had placed before him the best she had in the house to eat. When she heard the farmer coming, she was frightened, and begged the sexton to hide himself in a large empty chest that stood in the room. He did so, for he knew her husband could not endure the sight of a sexton. The woman then quickly put away the wine, and hid all the rest of the nice things in the oven, for if her husband had seen them, he would have asked what they were brought out for. "Oh dear," sighed little Claus from the top of the shed, as he saw all the good things disappear. "Is anyone up there?" asked the farmer, looking up and discovering little Claus. "Why are you lying up there? Come down and come into the house with me." So little Claus came down and told the farmer how he had lost his way and begged for a night's lodging. "All right," said the farmer, "but we must have something to eat first." The woman received them both very kindly, laid the cloth on a large table, and placed before them a dish of porridge. The farmer was very hungry, and ate his porridge with a good appetite, but little Claus could not help thinking of the nice roast meat, fish, and pies, which he knew were in the oven. Under the table, at his feet, lay the sack containing the horse's skin, which he intended to sell at the next town. Now little Claus did not relish the porridge at all, so he trod with his foot on the sack under the table, and the dry skin squeaked quite loud. "Hush," said little Claus to his sack, at the same time treading upon it again, till it squeaked louder than before. "Hallo, what have you got in your sack?" asked the farmer. "Oh, it is a conjurer," said little Claus, "and he says we need not eat porridge, for he has conjured the oven full of roast meat, fish, and pie." "Wonderful," cried the farmer, starting up and opening the oven door. And there lay all the nice things hidden by the farmer's wife, but which he supposed had been conjured there by the wizard under the table. The woman dared not say anything, so she placed the things before them, and they both ate of the fish, the meat, and the pastry. Then little Claus trod again upon his sack, and it squeaked as before. "What does he say now?" asked the farmer. "He says," replied little Claus, "that there are 3 bottles of wine for us standing in the corner by the oven." So the woman was obliged to bring out the wine also, which she had hidden, and the farmer drank it till he became quite merry. He would have liked such a conjurer as little Claus carried in his sack. "Could he conjure up the evil one?" asked the farmer. "I should like to see him now, while I am so merry." "Oh yes," replied little Claus. "My conjurer can do anything I ask him. Can you not?" he asked, treading at the same time on the sack till it squeaked. "Do you hear? He answers yes. but he fears that we shall not like to look at him. Oh, I am not afraid. What will he be like? Well, he is very much like a sexton. Ha, said the farmer. Then he must be ugly. Do you know I cannot endure the sight of a sexton? However, that doesn't matter. I shall know who it is, so I shall not mind. Now then, I've got up my courage, but don't let him come too near me. Stop, I must ask the conjurer, said little Claus. So he trod on the bag and stooped his ear down to listen. What does he say? He says that you must go and open that large chest which stands in the corner, and you will see the evil one crouching down inside. But you must hold the lid firmly, that he may not slip out. Will you come and help me hold it? Said the farmer, going towards the chest in which his wife had hidden the sexton, who now lay inside, very much frightened. The farmer opened the lid a very little way and peeped in. Oh, cried he, springing backwards, I saw him, and he is exactly like our sexton. How dreadful it is. So after that he was obliged to drink again, and they sat and drank till far into the night. You must sell your conjurer to me, said the farmer. Ask as much as you like, I will pay it. Indeed, I would give you directly a whole bushel of gold. No, indeed, I cannot, said little Claus. Only think how much profit I could make out of this conjurer. But I should like to have him, said the fanner, still continuing his entreaties. Well, said little Claus at length, you have been so good as to give me a night's lodging. I will not refuse you. You shall have the conjurer for a bushel of money, but I will have quite full measure. So you shall, said the farmer, but you must take away the chest as well. I would not have it in the house another hour. There is no knowing if he may not be still there. So little Claus gave the farmer the sack containing the dried horse's skin, and received in exchange a bushel of money, full measure. The farmer also gave him a wheelbarrow on which to carry away the chest and the gold. Farewell, said little Claus, as he went off with his money and the great chest, in which the sexton lay still concealed. On one side of the forest was a broad, deep river. The water flowed so rapidly that very few were able to swim against the stream. A new bridge had lately been built across it, and in the middle of this bridge little Claus stopped and said, loud enough to be heard by the sexton, Now, what shall I do with this stupid chest? It is as heavy as if it were full of stones. I shall be tired if I roll it any farther, so I may as well throw it in the river. If it swims after me to my house, well and good, and if not, it will not much matter. So he seized the chest in his hand and lifted it up a little, as if he were going to throw it into the water. No, leave it alone, cried the sexton from within the chest. Let me out first. Oh, exclaimed little Claus, pretending to be frightened. He is in there still, is he? I must throw him into the river, that he may be drowned. Oh no, cried the sexton. I will give you a whole bushel full of money if you will let me go. Why, that is another matter, said little Claus, opening the chest. The sexton crept out, pushed the empty chest into the water, and went to his house. Then he measured out a whole bushel full of gold for little Claus, who had already received one from the farmer, so that now he had a barrow full. I have been well paid for my horse, said he to himself when he reached home. entered his own room, and emptied all his money into a heap on the floor. How vexed Great Claus will be when he finds out how rich I have become all through my one horse. But I shall not tell him exactly how it all happened. Then he sent a boy to Great Claus to borrow a bushel measure. What can he want it for? Thought Great Claus. So he smeared the bottom of the measure with tar, that some of whatever was put into it might stick there and remain. And so it happened, for when the measure returned, 3 new silver florins were sticking to it. What does this mean? Said Great Claus. So he ran off directly to Little Claus and asked, Where did you get so much money? Oh, for my horse's skin, I sold it yesterday. It was certainly well paid for then, said Great Claus, and he ran home to his house, seized a hatchet, and knocked all his 4 horses on the head, flayed off their skins, and took them to the town to sell. Skins, skins, who'll buy skins? He cried, as he went through the streets. All the shoemakers and tanners came running, and asked how much he wanted for them. A bushel of money for each, replied Great Claus. Are you mad? They all cried. Do you think we have money to spend by the bushel? Skins, skins, he cried again. Who'll buy skins? But to all who inquired the price, his answer was, a bushel of money. He is making fools of us, said they all. Then the shoemakers took their straps, and the tanners their leather aprons, and began to beat Great Claus. Skins, skins, they cried, mocking him. Yes, we'll mark your skin for you, till it is black and blue. Out of the town with him, said they. And Great Claus was obliged to run as fast as he could. He had never before been so thoroughly beaten. Ah, said he, as he came to his house, Little Claus shall pay me for this. I will beat him to death. Meanwhile, the old grandmother of Little Claus died. She had been cross, unkind, and really spiteful to him. But he was very sorry, and took the dead woman and laid her in his warm bed to see if he could bring her to life again. There he determined that she should lie the whole night, while he seated himself in a chair in a corner of the room, as he had often done before. During the night, as he sat there, the door opened, and in came Great Claus with a hatchet. He knew well where Little Claus's bed stood, so he went right up to it and struck the old grandmother on the head, thinking it must be Little Claus. There, cried he, now you cannot make a fool of me again. And then he went home. That is a very wicked man, thought Little Claus. He meant to kill me. It is a good thing for my old grandmother that she was already dead, or he would have taken her life. Then he dressed his old grandmother in her best clothes, borrowed a horse of his neighbour, and harnessed it to a cart. Then he placed the old woman on the back seat, so that she might not fall out as he drove, and rode away through the wood. By sunrise they reached a large inn, where Little Claus stopped and went to get something to eat. The landlord was a rich man, and a good man too, but as passionate as if he had been made of pepper and snuff. Good morning, said he to Little Claus. You are come betimes today. Yes, said Little Claus. I am going to the town with my old grandmother. She is sitting at the back of the wagon, but I cannot bring her into the room. Will you take her a glass of mead? But you must speak very loud, for she cannot hear well. "Yes, certainly I will," replied the landlord, and pouring out a glass of mead, he carried it out to the dead grandmother, who sat upright in the cart. "Here is a glass of mead from your grandson," said the landlord. The dead woman did not answer a word, but sat quite still. "Do you not hear?" cried the landlord as loud as he could. "Here is a glass of mead from your grandson." Again and again he bawled it out, but as she did not stir, he flew into a passion and threw the glass of mead in her face. It struck her on the nose, and she fell backwards out of the cart, for she was only seated there, not tied in. "Hallo!" cried little Claus, rushing out of the door and seizing hold of the landlord by the throat. "You have killed my grandmother. See, here is a great hole in her forehead." "Oh, how unfortunate," said the landlord, wringing his hands. "This all comes of my fiery temper. Dear little Claus, I will give you a bushel of money. I will bury your grandmother as if she were my own. Only keep silent, or else they will cut off my head, and that would be disagreeable." So it happened that little Claus received another bushel of money, and the landlord buried his old grandmother as if she had been his own. When little Claus reached home again, he immediately sent a boy to Great Claus, requesting him to lend him a bushel measure. "How is this?" thought Great Claus. "Did I not kill him? I must go and see for myself." So he went to little Claus and took the bushel measure with him. "How did you get all this money?" asked Great Claus, staring with wide open eyes at his neighbor's treasures. "You killed my grandmother instead of me," said little Claus, "so I have sold her for a bushel of money." "That is a good price at all events," said Great Claus. So he went home, took a hatchet, and killed his old grandmother with one blow. Then he placed her on a cart and drove into the town to the apothecary and asked him if he would buy a dead body. "Whose is it, and where did you get it?" asked the apothecary. "It is my grandmother," he replied. "I killed her with a blow, that I might get a bushel of money for her." "Heaven preserve us," cried the apothecary. "You are out of your mind. Don't say such things, or you will lose your head." And then he talked to him seriously about the wicked deed he had done, and told him that such a wicked man would surely be punished. Great Claus got so frightened that he rushed out of the surgery, jumped into the cart, whipped up his horses, and drove home quickly. The apothecary and all the people thought him mad, and let him drive where he liked. "You shall pay for this," said Great Claus, as soon as he got into the high road. "That you shall, little Claus." So as soon as he reached home, he took the largest sack he could find and went over to little Claus. "You have played me another trick," said he. "First, I killed all my horses, and then my old grandmother, and it is all your fault, but you shall not make a fool of me any more." So he laid hold of little Claus round the body and pushed him into the sack, which he took on his shoulders, saying, "Now I'm going to drown you in the river." He had a long way to go before he reached the river, and little Claus was not a very light weight to carry. The road led by the church, and as they passed, he could hear the organ playing and the people singing beautifully. Great Claus put down the sack close to the church door and thought he might as well go in and hear a psalm before he went any farther. Little Claus could not possibly get out of the sack, and all the people were in church. So in he went. "Oh dear," sighed little Claus in the sack, as he turned and twisted about. But he found he could not loosen the string with which it was tied. Presently an old cattle driver with snowy hair passed by, carrying a large staff in his hand, with which he drove a large herd of cows and oxen before him. They stumbled against the sack in which lay little Claus, and turned it over. "Oh dear," sighed little Claus, "I am very young, yet I am soon going to heaven." "And I, poor fellow," said the drover, "I who am so old already cannot get there." "Open the sack," cried little Claus. "Creep into it instead of me, and you will soon be there." "With all my heart," replied the drover, opening the sack, from which sprung little Claus as quickly as possible. "Will you take care of my cattle?" said the old man, as he crept into the bag. "Yes," said little Claus, and he tied up the sack, and then walked off with all the cows and oxen. When Great Claus came out of church, he took up the sack and placed it on his shoulders. It appeared to have become lighter, for the old drover was not half so heavy as little Claus. "How light he seems now," said he. "Ah, it is because I have been to a church." So he walked onto the river, which was deep and broad, and threw the sack containing the old drover into the water, believing it to be little Claus. "There you may lie," he exclaimed. "You will play me no more tricks now." Then he turned to go home, but when he came to a place where two roads crossed, there was little Claus driving the cattle. "How is this?" said Great Claus. "Did I not drown you just now?" "Yes," said little Claus. "You threw me into the river about half an hour ago." "But wherever did you get all these fine beasts?" asked Great Claus. "These beasts are sea cattle," replied little Claus. "I'll tell you the whole story, and thank you for drowning me. I am above you now. I am really very rich. I was frightened, to be sure, while I lay tied up in the sack, and the wind whistled in my ears when you threw me into the river from the bridge, and I sank to the bottom immediately. But I did not hurt myself, for I fell upon beautifully soft grass which grows down there. And in a moment the sack opened, and the sweetest little maiden came towards me. She had snow-white robes and a wreath of green leaves on her wet hair. She took me by the hand and said, "So you are come, little Claus, and here are some cattle for you to begin with. About a mile farther on the road, there is another herd for you." Then I saw that the river formed a great highway for the people who live in the sea. They were walking and driving here and there from the sea to the land at the spot where the river terminates. The bed of the river was covered with the loveliest flowers and sweet fresh grass. The fish swam past me as rapidly as the birds do here in the air. How handsome all the people were, and what fine cattle were grazing on the hills and in the valleys. "But why did you come up again?" said Great Claus. "If it was all so beautiful down there, I should not have done so." "Well," said little Claus, "it was good policy on my part. You heard me say just now that I was told by the sea maiden to go a mile farther on the road, and I should find a whole herd of cattle. By the road she meant the river, for she could not travel any other way. But I knew the winding of the river, and how it bends, sometimes to the right and sometimes to the left, and it seemed a long way, so I chose a shorter one. And by coming up to the land, and then driving across the fields back again to the river, I shall save half a mile and get all my cattle more quickly." "What a lucky fellow you are," exclaimed Great Claus. "Do you think I should get any sea cattle if I went down to the bottom of the river?" "Yes, I think so," said Little Claus. "But I cannot carry you there in a sack. You are too heavy. However, if you will go there first, and then creep into a sack, I will throw you in with the greatest pleasure." "Thank you," said Great Claus. "But remember, if I do not get any sea cattle down there, I shall come up again and give you a good thrashing." "No, now, don't be too fierce about it," said Little Claus, as they walked on towards the river. When they approached it, the cattle, who were very thirsty, saw the stream and ran down to drink. "See what a hurry they are in," said Little Claus. "They are longing to get down again." "Come, help me. Make haste," said Great Claus, "or you'll get beaten." So he crept into a large sack, which had been lying across the back of one of the oxen. "Put in a stone," said Great Claus, "or I may not sink." "Oh, there's not much fear of that," he replied. Still, he put a large stone into the bag, and then tied it tightly and gave it a push. Plump! In went Great Claus, and immediately sank to the bottom of the river. "I'm afraid he will not find any cattle," said Little Claus, and then he drove his own beast homewards. The Daisy. Now listen. In the country, close by the high road, stood a farmhouse. Perhaps you have passed by and seen it yourself. There was a little flower garden with painted wooden palings in front of it. Close by was a ditch. On its fresh green bank grew a little daisy. The sun shone as warmly and brightly upon it as on the magnificent garden flowers, and therefore it thrived well. One morning it had quite opened, and its little snow-white petals stood round the yellow centre, like the rays of the sun. It did not mind that nobody saw it in the grass, and that it was a poor, despised flower. On the contrary, it was quite happy, and turned towards the sun, looking upward and listening to the song of the lark high up in the air. The little daisy was as happy as if the day had been a great holiday, but it was only Monday. All the children were at school, and while they were sitting on the forms and learning their lessons, it sat on its thin green stalk and learnt from the sun and from its surroundings how kind God is, and it rejoiced that the song of the little lark expressed so sweetly and distinctly its own feelings. With a sort of reverence, the daisy looked up to the bird that could fly and sing, but it did not feel envious. "I can see and hear," it thought. "The sun shines upon me, and the forest kisses me. How rich I am." In the garden close by grew many large and magnificent flowers, and strange to say, the less fragrance they had, the haughtier and prouder they were. The peonies puffed themselves up in order to be larger than the roses, but size is not everything. The tulips had the finest colours, and they knew it well too, for they were standing bolt upright like candles, that one might see them the better. In their pride, they did not see the little daisy, which looked over to them and thought, "How rich and beautiful they are. I am sure the pretty bird will fly down and call upon them. Thank God that I stand so near and can at least see all the splendour." And while the daisy was still thinking, the lark came flying down crying "Tweet," but not to the peonies and tulips, no, into the grass to the poor daisy. Its joy was so great that it did not know what to think. The little bird hopped round it and sang, "How beautifully soft the grass is, and what a lovely little flower with its golden heart and silver dress is growing here." The yellow centre in the daisy did indeed look like gold, while the little petals shone as brightly as silver. How happy the daisy was! No one has the least idea. The bird kissed it with its beak, sang to it, and then rose again up to the blue sky. It was certainly more than a quarter of an hour before the daisy recovered its senses. Half ashamed, yet glad at heart, it looked over to the other flowers in the garden. Surely they had witnessed its pleasure and the honour that had been done to it. They understood its joy. But the tulips stood more stiffly than ever. Their faces were pointed and red, because they were vexed. The peonies were sulky. It was well that they could not speak, otherwise they would have given the daisy a good lecture. The little flower could very well see that they were ill at ease, and pitied them sincerely. Shortly after this, a girl came into the garden with a large sharp knife. She went to the tulips and began cutting them off, one after another. "Ugh," sighed the daisy, "that is terrible. Now they are done for." The girl carried the tulips away. The daisy was glad that it was outside, and only a small flower. It felt very grateful. At sunset, it folded its petals and fell asleep, and dreamt all night of the sun and the little bird. On the following morning, when the flower once more stretched forth its tender petals like little arms towards the air and light, the daisy recognized the bird's voice. But what it sang sounded so sad. Indeed, the poor bird had good reason to be sad, for it had been caught and put into a cage close by the open window. It sang of the happy days when it could merrily fly about, of fresh green corn in the fields, and of the time when it could soar almost up to the clouds. The poor lark was most unhappy as a prisoner in a cage. The little daisy would have liked so much to help it, but what could be done? Indeed, that was very difficult for such a small flower to find out. It entirely forgot how beautiful everything around it was, how warmly the sun was shining, and how splendidly white its own petals were. It could only think of the poor captive bird, for which it could do nothing. Then 2 little boys came out of the garden. One of them had a large sharp knife, like that with which the girl had cut the tulips. They came straight towards the little daisy, which could not understand what they wanted. "Here is a fine piece of turf for the lark," said one of the boys, and began to cut out a square round the daisy, so that it remained in the centre of the grass. "Pluck the flower off," said the other boy, and the daisy trembled for fear, for to be pulled off meant death to it, and it wished so much to live, as it was to go with the square of turf into the poor captive lark's cage. "No, let it stay," said the other boy. "It looks so pretty." And so it stayed, and was brought into the lark's cage. The poor bird was lamenting its lost liberty and beating its wings against the wires, and the little daisy could not speak or utter a consoling word, much as it would have liked to do so. So the forenoon passed. "I have no water," said the captive lark. "They have all gone out and forgotten to give me anything to drink. My throat is dry and burning. I feel as if I had fire and ice within me, and the air is so oppressive. Alas, I must die, and part with the warm sunshine, the fresh green meadows, and all the beauty that God has created." And it thrust its beak into the piece of grass to refresh itself a little. Then it noticed the little daisy, and nodded to it, and kissed it with its beak and said, "You must also fade in here, poor little flower. You and the piece of grass are all they have given me in exchange for the whole world, which I enjoyed outside. Each little blade of grass shall be a green tree for me, each of your white petals a fragrant flower. Alas, you only remind me of what I have lost." I wish I could console the poor lark, thought the daisy. It could not move one of its leaves, but the fragrance of its delicate petals streamed forth and was much stronger than such flowers usually have. The bird noticed it, although it was dying with thirst, and in its pain tore up the green blades of grass, but did not touch the flower. The evening came, and nobody appeared to bring the poor bird a drop of water. It opened its beautiful wings and fluttered about in its anguish. A faint and mournful tweet, tweet was all it could utter. Then it bent its little head towards the flower, and its heart broke for want and longing. The flower could not, as on the previous evening, fold up its petals and sleep. It dropped sorrowfully. The boys only came the next morning. When they saw the dead bird, they began to cry bitterly, dug a nice grave for it, and adorned it with flowers. The bird's body was placed in a pretty red box. They wished to bury it with royal honours. While it was alive and sang, they forgot it, and let it suffer want in the cage. Now they cried over it, and covered it with flowers. The piece of turf, with the little daisy in it, was thrown out on the dusty highway. Nobody thought of the flower which had felt so much for the bird, and had so greatly desired to comfort it. The Dumb Book. In the high road which led through a wood stood a solitary farmhouse. The road, in fact, ran right through its yard. The sun was shining and all the windows were open. Within the house people were very busy. In the yard, in an arbour formed by lilac bushes in full bloom, stood an open coffin. Thither they had carried a dead man, who was to be buried that very afternoon. Nobody shed a tear over him. His face was covered over with a white cloth. Under his head they had placed a large thick book, the leaves of which consisted of folded sheets of blotting paper, and withered flowers lay between them. It was the herbarium which he had gathered in various places, and was to be buried with him, according to his own wish. Every one of the flowers in it was connected with some chapter of his life. "Who is the dead man?" we asked. "The old student," was the reply. "They say that he was once an energetic young man, that he studied the dead languages, and sang and even composed many songs. Then something had happened to him, and in consequence of this, he gave himself up to drink, body and mind. When at last he had ruined his health, they brought him into the country, where someone paid for his board and residence. He was gentle as a child, as long as the sullen mood did not come over him. But when it came, he was fierce, became as strong as a giant, and ran about in the wood like a chased deer. But when we succeeded in bringing him home, and prevailed upon him to open the book with the dried up plants in it, he would sometimes sit for a whole day looking at this or that plant, while frequently the tears rolled over his cheeks. God knows what was in his mind, but he requested us to put the book into his coffin, and now he lies there. In a little while the lid will be placed upon the coffin, and he will have sweet rest in the grave. The cloth which covered his face was lifted up. The dead man's face expressed peace. A sunbeam fell upon it. A swallow flew with the swiftness of an arrow into the arbour, turning in its flight, and twittered over the dead man's head. What a strange feeling it is, surely we all know it, to look through old letters of our young days. A different life rises up out of the past, as it were, with all its hopes and sorrows. How many of the people with whom in those days we used to be on intimate terms appear to us as if dead, and yet they are still alive. Only we have not thought of them for such a long time, whom we imagined we should retain in our memories forever, and share every joy and sorrow with them. The withered oak leaf in the book here recalled the friend, the schoolfellow, who was to be his friend for life. He fixed the leaf to the student's cap in the green wood, when they vowed eternal friendship. Where does he dwell now? The leaf is kept, but the friendship does no longer exist. Here is a foreign hothouse plant, too tender for the gardens of the north. It is almost as if its leaves still smelled sweet. She gave it to him out of her own garden. A nobleman's daughter. Here is a water lily that he had plucked himself and watered with salt tears, a lily of sweet water. And here is a nettle. What may its leaves tell us? What might he have thought when he plucked and kept it? Here is a little snowdrop out of the solitary wood. Here is an evergreen from the flower pot at the tavern. And here is a simple blade of grass. The lilac bends its fresh, fragrant flowers over the dead man's head. The swallow passes again. Twit, twit. Now the men come with hammer and nails. The lid is placed over the dead man, while his head rests on the dumb book, so long cherished, now closed forever. The last pearl. We are in a rich, happy house where the master, the servants, the friends of the family are full of joy and felicity. For on this day a son and heir has been born, and mother and child are doing well. The lamp in the bedchamber had been partly shaded, and the windows were covered with heavy curtains of some costly silken material. The carpet was thick and soft, like a covering of moss. Everything invited to slumber. Everything had a charming look of repose. And so the nurse had discovered, for she slept, and well she might sleep, while everything around her told of happiness and blessing. The guardian angel of the house leaned against the head of the bed, while over the child was spread, as it were, a net of shining stars, and each star was a pearl of happiness. All the good stars of life had brought their gifts to the newly born. Here sparkled health, wealth, fortune, and love. In short, there seemed to be everything for which man could wish on earth. Everything has been bestowed here, said the guardian angel. No, not everything, said a voice near him, the voice of the good angel of the child. One fairy has not yet brought her gift, but she will, even if years should elapse, she will bring her gift. It is the last pearl that is wanting. Wanting, cried the guardian angel. Nothing must be wanting here, and if it is so, let us fetch it. Let us seek the powerful fairy. Let us go to her. She will come some day unsought. Her pearl must not be missing. It must be there, that the crown, when worn, may be complete. Where is she to be found? Where does she dwell? Said the guardian angel. Tell me, and I will procure the pearl. Will you do that? Replied the good angel of the child. Then I will lead you to her directly, wherever she may be. She has no abiding place. She rules in the palace of the emperor. Sometimes she enters the peasant's humble cot. She passes no one without leaving a trace of her presence. She brings her gift with her, whether it is a world or a bauble. To this child she must come. You think that to wait for this time would be long and useless. Well then, let us go for this pearl, the only one lacking amidst all this wealth. Then hand in hand they floated away to the spot where the fairy was now lingering. It was in a large house with dark windows and empty rooms in which a peculiar stillness reigned. A whole row of windows stood open, so that the rude wind could enter at its pleasure, and the long white curtains waved to and fro in the current of air. In the centre of one of the rooms stood an open coffin, in which lay the body of a woman, still in the bloom of youth and very beautiful. Fresh roses were scattered over her. The delicate folded hands and the noble face glorified in death by the solemn, earnest look, which spoke of an entrance into a better world, were alone visible. Around the coffin stood the husband and children, a whole troop, the youngest in the father's arms. They were come to take a last farewell look of their mother. The husband kissed her hand, which now lay like a withered leaf, but which a short time before had been diligently employed in deeds of love for them all. Tears of sorrow rolled down their cheeks and fell in heavy drops on the floor, but not a word was spoken. The silence which reigned here expressed a world of grief. With silent steps, still sobbing, they left the room. A burning light remained in the room, and a long red wick rose far above the flame, which fluttered in the draught of air. Strange men came in, and placed the lid of the coffin over the dead, and drove the nails firmly in, while the blows of the hammer resounded through the house, and echoed in the hearts that were bleeding. "Whither art thou leading me?" asked the guardian angel. "Here dwells no fairy whose pearl could be counted amongst the best gifts of life." "Yes, she is here in this sacred hour," replied the angel, pointing to a corner of the room. And there, where in her lifetime the mother had taken her seat amidst flowers and pictures, in that spot where she, like the blessed fairy of the house, had welcomed husband, children, and friends, and, like a sunbeam, had spread joy and cheerfulness around her, the centre and heart of them all. There, in that very spot, sat a strange woman, clothed in long flowing garments, and occupying the place of the dead wife and mother. It was the fairy, and her name was Sorrow. A hot tear rolled into her lap, and formed itself into a pearl, glowing with all the colours of the rainbow. The angel seized it. The pearl glittered like a star with sevenfold radiance. The pearl of sorrow, the last, which must not be wanting, increases the lustre and explains the meaning of all the other pearls. Do you see the shimmer of the rainbow which unites earth to heaven? So has there been a bridge built between this world and the next. Through the night of the grave we gaze upwards beyond the stars to the end of all things. Then we glance at the pearl of sorrow, in which are concealed the wings which shall carry us away to eternal happiness. The Shepherd's story of the bond of friendship. The little dwelling in which we lived was of clay, but the door-posts were columns of fluted marble found near the spot on which it stood. The roof sloped nearly to the ground. It was at this time dark, brown and ugly, but had originally been formed of blooming olive and laurel branches. brought from beyond the mountains. The house was situated in a narrow gorge, whose rocky walls rose to a perpendicular height, naked and black, while round their summits clouds often hung, looking like white living figures. Not a singing bird was ever heard there, neither did men dance to the sound of the pipe. The spot was one sacred to olden times. Even its name recalled a memory of the days when it was called Delphi. Then the summits of the dark sacred mountains were covered with snow, and the highest, Mount Parnassus, glowed longest in the red evening light. The brook which rolled from it near our house was also sacred. How well I can remember every spot in that deep sacred solitude. A fire had been kindled in the midst of the hut, and while the hot ashes lay there red and glowing, the bread was baked in them. At times the snow would be piled so high around our hut as almost to hide it, and then my mother appeared most cheerful. She would hold my head between her hands and sing the songs she never sang at other times, for the Turks, our masters, would not allow it, she sang. On the summit of Mount Olympus, in a forest of dwarf firs, lay an old stag. His eyes were heavy with tears and glittering with colours like dewdrops. And there came by a roebuck and said, "What aileth thee, that thou weepest blue and red tears?" And the stag answered, "The Turk has come to our city. He has wild dogs for the chase, a goodly pack." "I will drive them away across the islands," cried the young roebuck. "I will drive them away across the islands into the deep sea." But before evening the roebuck was slain, and before night the hunted stag was dead. And when my mother sang thus, her eyes would become moist, and on the long eyelashes were tears, but she concealed them and watched the black bread baking in the ashes. Then I would clench my fist and cry, "We will kill these Turks." But she repeated the words of the song, "I will drive them across the islands to the deep sea." But before evening came the roebuck was slain, and before the night the hunted stag was dead. We had been lonely in our hut for several days and nights when my father came home. I knew he would bring me some shells from the Gulf of Lepanto, or perhaps a knife with a shining blade. This time he brought, under his sheepskin cloak, a little child, a little half-naked girl. She was wrapped in a fur, but when this was taken off, and she lay in my mother's lap, 3 silver coins were found fastened in her dark hair. They were all her possessions. My father told us that the child's parents had been killed by the Turks, and he talked so much about them that I dreamed of Turks all night. He himself had been wounded, and my mother bound up his arm. It was a deep wound, and the thick sheepskin cloak was stiff with congealed blood. The little maiden was to be my sister. How pretty and bright she looked. Even my mother's eyes were not more gentle than hers. Anastasia, as she was called, was to be my sister, because her father had been united to mine by an old custom, which we still follow. They had sworn brotherhood in their youth, and the most beautiful and virtuous maiden in the neighbourhood was chosen to perform the act of consecration upon this bond of friendship. So now this little girl was my sister. She sat in my lap, and I brought her flowers and feathers from the birds of the mountain. We drank together of the waters of Parnassus, and dwelt for many years beneath the laurel roof of the hut, while, winter after winter, my mother sang her song of the stag who shed red tears. But as yet I did not understand that the sorrows of my own countrymen were mirrored in those tears. One day there came to our hut Franks, men from a far country, whose dress was different to ours. They had tents and beds with them, carried by horses, and they were accompanied by more than 20 Turks, all armed with swords and muskets. These Franks were friends of the Pacha, and had letters from him commanding an escort for them. They only came to see our mountain, to ascend Parnassus amid the snow and clouds, and to look at the strange black rocks which raise their steep sides near our hut. They could not find room in the hut, nor endure the smoke that rolled along the ceiling till it found its way out at the low door. So they pitched their tents on a small space outside our dwelling. Roasted lambs and birds were brought forth, and strong, sweet wine, of which the Turks are forbidden to partake. When they departed, I accompanied them for some distance, carrying my little sister Anastasia, wrapped in a goat skin, on my back. One of the Frankish gentlemen made me stand in front of a rock, and drew us both as we stood there, so that we looked like one creature. I did not think of it then, but Anastasia and I were really one. She was always sitting on my lap, or riding in the goatskin on my back, and in my dreams she always appeared to me. 2 nights after this, other men, armed with knives and muskets, came into our tent. They were Albanians, brave men, my mother told me. They only stayed a short time. My sister Anastasia sat on the knee of one of them, and when they were gone, she had not 3, but 2 silver coins in her hair. One had disappeared. They wrapped tobacco in strips of paper and smoked it, and I remember they were uncertain as to the road they ought to take, but they were obliged to go at last, and my father went with them. Soon after, we heard the sound of firing. The noise continued, and presently soldiers rushed into our hut and took my mother and myself and Anastasia prisoners. They declared that we had entertained robbers, and that my father had acted as their guide, and therefore we must now go with them. The corpses of the robbers and my father's corpse were brought into the hut. I saw my poor dead father and cried till I fell asleep. When I awoke, I found myself in a prison, but the room was not worse than our own in the hut. They gave me onions and musty wine from a tarred cask, but we were not accustomed to much better fare at home. How long we were kept in prison, I do not know, but many days and nights passed by. We were set free about Easter time. I carried Anastasia on my back, and we walked very slowly, for my mother was very weak, and it is a long way to the sea, to the Gulf of Lepanto. On our arrival, we entered a church, in which there were beautiful pictures in golden frames. They were pictures of angels, fair and bright, and yet our little Anastasia looked equally beautiful, as it seemed to me. In the center of the floor stood a coffin filled with roses. My mother told me it was the Lord Jesus Christ who was represented by these roses. Then the priest announced, "Christ is risen," and all the people greeted each other. Each one carried a burning taper in his hand, and one was given to me, as well as to little Anastasia. The music sounded, and the people left the church hand in hand, with joy and gladness. Outside, the women were roasting the Paschal lamb. We were invited to partake, and as I sat by the fire, a boy, older than myself, put his arms round my neck and kissed me, and said, "Christ is risen." And thus it was that for the first time I met Aphtanides. My mother could make fishermen's nets, for which there was a great demand here in the bay, and we lived a long time by the side of the sea, the beautiful sea, that had a taste like tears, and in its colours reminded me of the stag that wept red tears. For sometimes its waters were red, and sometimes green or blue. Aftanides knew how to manage our boat, and I often sat in it with my little Anastasia, while it glided on through the water, swift as a bird flying through the air. Then, when the sun set, how beautifully, deeply blue would be the tint on the mountains, one rising above the other in the far distance, and the summit of Mount Parnassus rising above them all like a glorious crown. Its top glittered in the evening rays like molten gold, and it seemed as if the light came from within it. For long after the sun had sunk beneath the horizon, the mountain top would glow in the clear blue sky. The white aquatic birds skimmed the surface of the water in their flight, and all was calm and still as amid the black rocks at Delphi. I lay on my back in the boat. Anastasia leaned against me, while the stars above us glittered more brightly than the lamps in our church. They were the same stars, and in the same position over me as when I used to sit in front of our hut at Delphi, and I had almost begun to fancy I was still there, when suddenly there was a splash in the water. Anastasia had fallen in, but in a moment Aftanides had sprung in after her and was now holding her up to me. We dried her clothes as well as we were able, and remained on the water till they were dry, for we did not wish it to be known what a fright we had had, nor the danger which our little adopted sister had incurred, in whose life Aftanides had now a part. The summer came, and the burning heat of the sun tinted the leaves of the trees with lines of gold. I thought of our cool mountain home, and the fresh water that flowed near it. My mother, too, longed for If, and one evening we wandered towards home. How peaceful and silent it was as we walked on through the thick, wild thyme, still fragrant, though the sun had scorched the leaves. Not a single herdsman did we meet, not a solitary hut did we pass. Everything appeared lonely and deserted. Only a shooting star showed that in the heavens there was yet life. I know not whether the clear blue atmosphere gleamed with its own light, or if the radiance came from the stars, but we could distinguish quite plainly the outline of the mountains. My mother lighted a fire and roasted some roots she had brought with her, and I and my little sister slept among the bushes without fear of the ugly Smidraki, from whose throat issues fire, or of the wolf and the jackal, for my mother sat by us, and I considered her presence sufficient protection. We reached our old home, but the cottage was in ruins, and we had to build a new one. With the aid of some neighbours, chiefly women, the walls were in a few days erected, and very soon covered with a roof of olive branches. My mother obtained a living by making bottle cases of bark and skins, and I kept the sheep belonging to the priests, who were sometimes peasants, while I had for my playfellows Anastasia and the turtles. Once our beloved Aftanides paid us a visit. He said he had been longing to see us so much, and he remained with us 2 whole happy days. A month afterwards he came again to wish us goodbye, and brought with him a large fish for my mother. He told us he was going in a ship to Corfu and Patras, and could relate a great many stories, not only about the fishermen who lived near the Gulf of Lepanto, but also of kings and heroes who had once possessed Greece, just as the Turks possess it now. I have seen a bud on a rose bush gradually, in the course of a few weeks, unfold its leaves till it became a rose in all its beauty, and before I was aware of it, I beheld it blooming in rosy loveliness. The same thing had happened to Anastasia. Unnoticed by me, she had gradually become a beautiful maiden, and I was now also a stout, strong youth. The wolfskins that covered the bed in which my mother and Anastasia slept had been taken from wolves which I had myself shot. Years had gone by when, one evening, Aphtanides came in. He had grown tall and slender as a reed, with strong limbs and a dark brown skin. He kissed us all, and had so much to tell of what he had seen of the great ocean, of the fortifications at Malta, and of the marvellous sepulchres of Egypt, that I looked up to him with a kind of veneration. His stories were as strange as the legends of the priests of olden times. "How much you know," I exclaimed, "and what wonders you can relate." "I think what you once told me, the finest of all," he replied. "You told me of a thing that has never been out of my thoughts, of the good old custom of the bond of friendship, a custom I should like to follow. Brother, let you and I go to church, as your father and Anastasia's father once did. Your sister Anastasia is the most beautiful and most innocent of maidens, and she shall consecrate the deed. No people have such grand old customs as we Greeks." Anastasia blushed like a young rose, and my mother kissed Aphtanides. At about 2 miles from our cottage, where the earth on the hill is sheltered by a few scattered trees, stood the little church, with a silver lamp hanging before the altar. I put on my best clothes, and the white tunic fell in graceful folds over my hips. The red jacket fitted tight and close. The tassel on my fez cap was of silver, and in my girdle glittered a knife and my pistols. Aphtanides was clad in the blue dress worn by the Greek sailors. On his breast hung a silver medal with the figure of the Virgin Mary, and his scarf was as costly as those worn by rich lords. Everyone could see that we were about to perform a solemn ceremony. When we entered the little, unpretending church, the evening sunlight streamed through the open door on the burning lamp and glittered on the golden picture frames. We knelt down together on the altar steps, and Anastasia drew near and stood beside us. A long white garment fell in graceful folds over her delicate form, and on her white neck and bosom hung a chain entwined with old and new coins, forming a kind of collar. Her black hair was fastened into a knot, and confined by a headdress formed of gold and silver coins, which had been found in an ancient temple. No Greek girl had more beautiful ornaments than these. Her countenance glowed, and her eyes were like 2 stars. We all 3 offered a silent prayer, and then she said to us, "Will you be friends in life and in death?" "Yes," we replied. "Will you each remember to say, whatever may happen, my brother is a part of myself. His secret is my secret. My happiness is his. Self-sacrifice, patience, everything belongs to me as they do to him." And we again answered, "Yes." Then she joined out hands and kissed us on the forehead, and we again prayed silently. After this, a priest came through a door near the altar and blessed us all 3. Then a song was sung by other holy men behind the altar screen, and the bond of eternal friendship was confirmed. When we arose, I saw my mother standing by the church door, weeping. How cheerful everything seemed now in our little cottage by the Delphian springs. On the evening before his departure, Aphtanides sat thoughtfully beside me on the slopes of the mountain. His arm was flung around me, and mine was round his neck. We spoke of the sorrows of Greece, and of the men of the country who could be trusted. Every thought of our souls lay clear before us. Presently I seized his hand. "Aphtanides," I exclaimed, "there is one thing still that you must know, one thing that till now has been a secret between myself and heaven. My whole soul is filled with a love stronger than the love I bear to my mother and to thee." "And whom do you love?" asked Aphtanides, and his face and neck grew red as fire. "I love Anastasia," I replied. Then his hand trembled in mine, and he became pale as a corpse. I saw it, I understood the cause, and I believe my hand trembled too. I bent towards him, I kissed his forehead, and whispered, "I have never spoken of this to her, and perhaps she does not love me. Brother, think of this. I have seen her daily. She has grown up beside me, and has become a part of my soul." "And she shall be thine," he exclaimed. "Thine! I may not wrong thee, nor will I do so. I also love her, but tomorrow I depart. In a year we will see each other again, but then you will be married. Shall it not be so? I have a little gold of my own. It shall be yours. You must and shall take it." We wandered silently homeward across the mountains. It was late in the evening when we reached my mother's door. Anastasia held the lamp as we entered. My mother was not there. She looked at Aphtanides with a sweet but mournful expression on her face. "Tomorrow you are going to leave us," she said. "I am very sorry." "Sorry," he exclaimed, and his voice was troubled with a grief as deep as my own. I could not speak, but he seized her hand and said, "Our brother yonder loves you, and is he not dear to you?" His very silence now proves his affection. Anastasia trembled and burst into tears. Then I saw no one, thought of none, but her. I threw my arms round her and pressed my lips to hers. As she flung her arms round my neck, the lamp fell to the ground, and we were in darkness, dark as the heart of poor Aphtanides. Before daybreak he rose, kissed us all, and said, "Farewell," and went away. He had given all his money to my mother for us. Anastasia was betrothed to me, and in a few days afterwards she became my wife. Little Took. Yes, they called him Little Took, but it was not his real name. He had called himself so before he could speak plainly, and he meant it for Charles. It was all very well for those who knew him, but not for strangers. Little Took was left at home to take care of his little sister, Gustava, who was much younger than himself, and he had to learn his lessons at the same time, and the two things could not very well be performed together. The poor boy sat there with his sister on his lap, and sung to her all the songs he knew, and now and then he looked into his geography lesson that lay open before him. By the next morning he had to learn by heart all the towns in Zealand, and all that could be described of them. His mother came home at last, and took little Gustava in her arms. Then Took ran to the window, and read so eagerly that he nearly read his eyes out, for it had become darker and darker every minute, and his mother had no money to buy a light. "There goes the old washerwoman up the lane," said the mother, as she looked out of the window. "The poor woman can hardly drag herself along, and now she had to drag a pail of water from the well. Be a good boy, Took, and run across and help the old woman, won't you?" So Took ran across quickly and helped her, but when he came back into the room it was quite dark, and there was not a word said about a light, so he was obliged to go to bed on his little truckle bedstead, and there he lay and thought of his geography lesson, and of Zealand, and of all the master had told him. He ought really to have read it over again, but he could not for want of light. So he put the geography book under his pillow, for he had heard that this was a great help towards learning a lesson, but not always to be depended upon. He still lay thinking and thinking, when all at once it seemed as if someone kissed him on his eyes and mouth. He slept, and yet he did not sleep, and it appeared as if the old washerwoman looked at him with kind eyes and said, "It would be a great pity if you did not know your lesson tomorrow morning. You helped me, and now I will help you, and Providence will always keep those who help themselves." And at the same time, the book under Tuk's pillow began to move about. "Cluck, cluck, cluck," cried a hen as she crept towards him. "I am a hen from Kyoga." And then she told him how many inhabitants the town contained, and about a battle that had been fought there, which really was not worth speaking of. Crack, crack, down fell something. It was a wooden bird, the parrot, which is used as a target, as Prasto. He said there were as many inhabitants in that town as he had nails in his body. He was very proud and said, "Thorwaldsen lived close to me, and here I am now, quite comfortable." But now little Tuk was no longer in bed. All in a moment he found himself on horseback. Gallop, gallop, away he went, seated in front of a richly attired knight with a waving plume, who held him on the saddle. And so they rode through the wood by the old town of Wordingberg, which was very large and busy. The king's castle was surrounded by lofty towers, and radiant light streamed from all the windows. Within there were songs and dancing. King Waldemar and the young, gaily dressed ladies of the court were dancing together. Morning dawned, and as the sun rose, the whole city and the king's castle sank suddenly down together. One tower after another fell, till at last only one remained standing on the hill where the castle had formerly been. The town now appeared small and poor, and the schoolboys read in their books, which they carried under their arms, that it contained 2,000 inhabitants. But this was a mere boast, for it did not contain so many. And again little Tuk lay in his bed, scarcely knowing whether he was dreaming or not, for someone stood by him. "Tuk, little Tuk," said a voice. It was a very little person who spoke. He was dressed as a sailor, and looked small enough to be a middy, but he was not one. "I bring you many greetings from Corsa. It is a rising town, full of life. It has steamships and mail coaches. In times past they used to call it ugly, but that is no longer true. I lie on the seashore," said Corsa. "I have high roads and pleasure gardens. I have given birth to a poet who was witty and entertaining, which they are not all. I once wanted to fit out a ship to sail round the world, but I did not accomplish it, though most likely I might have done so. But I am fragrant with perfume, for close to my gates most lovely roses bloom." Then before the eyes of little Tuk appeared a confusion of colours, red and green, but it cleared off, and he could distinguish a cliff close to the bay, the slopes of which were quite overgrown with verdure, and on its summit stood a fine old church with pointed towers. Springs of water flowed out of the cliff in thick waterspouts, so that there was a continual splashing. Close by sat an old king with a golden crown on his white head. This was King Hroar of the Springs, and near the spring stood the town of Roskilde, as it is called. Then all the kings and queens of Denmark went up the ascent to the old church, hand in hand, with golden crowns on their heads, while the organ played and the fountains sent forth jets of water. Little Took saw and heard it all. "Don't forget the names of these towns," said King Hroar. All at once everything vanished. But where? It seemed to him like turning over the leaves of a book. And now there stood before him an old peasant woman who had come from Sorrow, where the grass grows in the marketplace. She had a green linen apron thrown over her head and shoulders, and it was quite wet, as if it had been raining heavily. "Yes, that it has," said she. And then, just as she was going to tell him a great many pretty stories from Holberg's comedies, and about Waldemar and Absalom, she suddenly shrunk up together and wagged her head as if she were a frog about to spring. "Croak," she cried. "It is always wet, and as quiet as death in Sorrow." Then little Tuk saw she was changed into a frog. Croak, and again she was an old woman. "One must dress according to the weather," said she. "It is wet, and my town is just like a bottle. By the cork we must go in, and by the cork we must come out again. In olden times I had beautiful fish, and now I have fresh, rosy-cheeked boys in the bottom of the bottle, and they learn wisdom, Hebrew and Greek." Croak. How it sounded like the cry of the frogs on the moor, or like the creaking of great boots when someone is marching. Always the same tone, so monotonous and wearing, that little Took at length fell fast asleep, and then the sound could not annoy him. But even in this sleep came a dream, or something like it. His little sister Gustava, with her blue eyes and fair curly hair, had grown up a beautiful maiden all at once, and without having wings she could fly. And they flew together over Zealand, over green forests and blue lakes. "Hark, so you hear the cock crow, little Took? Cock-a-doodle-doo. The fowls are flying out of Kyoga. You shall have a large farmyard. You shall never suffer hunger or want. The bird of good omen shall be yours, and you shall become a rich and happy man. Your house shall rise up like King Waldemar's towers, and shall be richly adorned with marble statues, like those at Prasto. Understand me well. Your name shall travel with fame round the world, like the ship that was to sail from Corsa. And at Roskilde, don't forget the names of the towns, as King Hroar said. You shall speak well and clearly, little Took, and when at last you lie in your grave, you shall sleep peacefully, as if I lay in sorrow," said little Took, awaking. It was bright daylight, and he could not remember his dream, but that was not necessary, for we are not to know what will happen to us in the future. Then he sprang out of bed quickly and read over his lesson in the book, and knew it all at once quite correctly. The old washerwoman put her head in at the door and nodded to him quite kindly and said, "Many thanks, you good child, for your help yesterday. I hope all your beautiful dreams will come true." Little Took did not at all know what he had dreamt, but one above did. The old church bell. In the country of Württemberg, in Germany, where the acacias grow by the public road, where the apple trees and the pear trees in autumn bend to the earth with the weight of the precious fruit, lies the little town of Marbach. As is often the case with many of these towns, it is charmingly situated on the banks of the river Neckar, which rushes rapidly by, passing villages, old knights' castles, and green vineyards, till its waters mingle with those of the stately Rhine. It was late in the autumn. The vine leaves still hung upon the branches of the vines, but they were already tinted with red and gold. Heavy showers fell on the surrounding country, and the cold autumn wind blew sharp and strong. It was not at all pleasant weather for the poor. The days grew shorter and more gloomy, and dark as it was out of doors in the open air, it was still darker within the small, old-fashioned houses of the village. The gable end of one of these houses faced the street, and with its small, narrow windows, presented a very mean appearance. The family who dwelt in it were also very poor and humble, but they treasured the fear of God in their innermost hearts. And now he was about to send them a child. It was the hour of the mother's sorrow, when there pealed forth from the church tower the sound of festive bells. In that solemn hour, the sweet and joyous chiming filled the hearts of those in the humble dwelling with thankfulness and trust. And when, amidst these joyous sounds, a little son was born to them, the words of prayer and praise arose from their overflowing hearts, and their happiness seemed to ring out over town and country in the liquid tones of the church bell's chime. The little one, with its bright eyes and golden hair, had been welcomed joyously on that dark November day. Its parents kissed it lovingly, and the father wrote these words in the Bible. On the 10th of November, 1759, God sent us a son. And a short time after, when the child had been baptized, the names he had received were added: John Christopher Frederick. And what became of the little lad, the poor boy of the humble town of Marbach? Ah, indeed, there was no one who thought or supposed, not even the old church bell, which had been the first to sound and chime for him, that he would be the first to sing the beautiful song of the bell. The boy grew apace, and the world advanced with him. While he was yet a child, his parents removed from Marbach and went to reside in another town, but their dearest friends remained behind at Marbach, and therefore sometimes the mother and her son would start on a fine day to pay a visit to the little town. The boy was at this time about 6 years old, and already knew a great many stories out of the Bible and several religious psalms. While seated in the evening on his little cane chair, he had often heard his father read from Gellert's fables, and sometimes from Klopstock's grand poem, The Messiah. He and his sister, 2 years older than himself, had often wept scalding tears over the story of him who suffered death on the cross for us all. On his first visit to Marbach, the town appeared to have changed but very little, and it was not far enough away to be forgotten. The house, with its pointed gable, narrow windows, overhanging walls and stories projecting one beyond another, looked just the same as in former times. But in the churchyard there were several new graves, and there also, in the grass, close by the wall, stood the old church bell. It had been taken down from its high position in consequence of a crack in the metal which prevented it from ever chiming again, and a new bell now occupied its place. The mother and son were walking in the churchyard when they discovered the old bell, and they stood still to look at it. Then the mother reminded her little boy of what a useful bell this had been for many 100 years. It had chimed for weddings and for christenings. It had tolled for funerals and to give the alarm in case of fire. With every event in the life of man, the bell had made its voice heard. His mother also told him how the chiming of that old bell had once filled her heart with joy and confidence, and that in the midst of the sweet tones her child had been given to her. And the boy gazed on the large old bell with the deepest interest. He bowed his head over it and kissed it, old, thrown away, and cracked as it was, and standing there amidst the grass and nettles. The boy never forgot what his mother told him, and the tones of the old bell reverberated in his heart till he reached manhood. In such sweet remembrance was the old bell cherished by the boy, who grew up in poverty to be tall and slender, with a freckled complexion and hair almost red. But his eyes were clear and blue as the deep sea. And what was his career to be? His career was to be good, and his future life enviable. We find him taking high honours at the military school in the division commanded by the member of a family high in position. And this was an honour, that is to say, good luck. He wore gaiters, stiff collars, and powdered hair, and by this he was recognized. And indeed, he might be known by the word of command: march, halt, front. The old church bell had long been quite forgotten, and no one imagined it would ever again be sent to the melting furnace to make it as it was before. No one could possibly have foretold this. Equally impossible would it have been to believe that the tones of the old bell still echoed in the heart of the boy from Marbach, or that one day they would ring out loud enough and strong enough to be heard all over the world. They had already been heard in the narrow space behind the school wall, even above the deafening sounds of march, halt, front. They had chimed so loudly in the heart of the youngster that he had sung them to his companions, and their tones resounded to the very borders of the country. He was not a free scholar in the military school, neither was he provided with clothes or food, but he had his number and his own peg, for everything here was ordered like clockwork, which we all know is of the greatest utility. People get on so much better together when their position and duties are understood. It is by pressure that a jewel is stamped. The pressure of regularity and discipline here stamped the jewel, which in the future the world so well knew. In the chief town of the province, a great festival was being celebrated. The light streamed forth from thousands of lamps, and the rockets shot upwards towards the sky, filling the air with showers of coloured fiery sparks. A record of this bright display will live in the memory of man, for through it the pupil in the military school was in tears and sorrow. He had dared to attempt to reach foreign territories unnoticed, and must therefore give up fatherland, mother, his dearest friends, all, or sink down into the stream of common life. The old church bell had still some comfort. It stood in the shelter of the church wall in Marbach, once so elevated, now quite forgotten. The wind roared around it, and could have readily related the story of its origin and of its sweet chimes, and the wind could also tell of him to whom he had brought fresh air when, in the woods of a neighbouring country, he had sunk down exhausted with fatigue, with no other worldly possessions than hope for the future, and a written leaf from Fiesco. The wind could have told that his only protector was an artist, who, by reading each leaf to him, made it plain, and that they amused themselves by playing at ninepins together. The wind could also describe the pale fugitive, who, for weeks and months, lay in a wretched little roadside inn, where the landlord got drunk and raved, and where the merrymakers had it all their own way. And he, the pale fugitive, sang of the ideal. For many heavy days and dark nights the heart must suffer to enable it to endure trial and temptation. Yet, amidst it all, would the minstrel sing. Dark days and cold nights also passed over the old bell, and it noticed them not. But the bell in the man's heart felt it to be a gloomy time. What would become of this young man, and what would become of the old bell? The old bell was, after a time, carried away to a greater distance than anyone, even the warder in the bell tower, ever imagined, and the bell in the breast of the young man was heard in countries where his feet had never wandered. The tones went forth over the wide ocean to every part of the round world. We will now follow the career of the old bell. It was, as we have said, carried far away from Marbach and sold as old copper, then sent to Bavaria to be melted down in a furnace. And then what happened? In the royal city of Bavaria, many years after the bell had been removed from the tower and melted down, some metal was required for a monument in honor of one of the most celebrated characters which a German people or a German land could produce. And now we see how wonderfully things are ordered. Strange things sometimes happen in this world. In Denmark, in one of those green islands where the foliage of the beech woods rustles in the wind, and where many Huns' graves may be seen, was another poor boy born. He wore wooden shoes, and when his father worked in a shipyard, the boy, wrapped up in an old worn-out shawl, carried his dinner to him every day. This poor child was now the pride of his country, for the sculptured marble, the work of his hands, had astonished the world. To him was offered the honor of forming from the clay a model of the figure of him whose name, John Christopher Frederick, had been written by his father in the Bible. The bust was cast in bronze, and part of the metal used for this purpose was the old church bell, whose tones had died away from the memory of those at home and elsewhere. The metal, glowing with heat, flowed into the mould and formed the head and bust of the statue which was unveiled in the square in front of the old castle. The statue represented in living, breathing reality the form of him who was born in poverty, the boy from Marbach, the pupil of the military school, the fugitive who struggled against poverty and oppression from the outer world, Germany's great and immortal poet, who sung of Switzerland's deliverer, William Tell, and of the heaven-inspired Maid of Orleans. It was a beautiful sunny day. Flags were waving from tower and roof in royal Stuttgart, and the church bells were ringing a joyous peal. One bell was silent, but it was illuminated by the bright sunshine which streamed from the head and bust of the renowned figure, of which it formed a part. On this day, just 100 years had passed since the day on which the chiming of the old church bell at Marbach had filled the mother's heart with trust and joy, the day on which her child was born in 1880 poverty and in a humble home, the same who, in after years, became rich, became the noble woman-hearted poet, a blessing to the world, the glorious, the sublime, the immortal bard, John Christopher Frederick Schiller. What the old man does is always right. I will tell you a story that was told me when I was a little boy. Every time I thought of this story, it seemed to me more and more charming, for it is with stories as it is with many people. They become better as they grow older. I have no doubt that you have been in the country and seen a very old farmhouse with a thatched roof and mosses and small plants growing wild upon it. There is a stork's nest on the ridge of the gable, for we cannot do without the stork. The walls of the house are sloping, and the windows are low, and only one of the latter is made to open. The baking oven sticks out of the wall like a great knob. An elder tree hangs over the palings, and beneath its branches at the foot of the paling is a pool of water in which a few ducks are disporting themselves. There is a yard dog too, who barks at all corners. Just such a farmhouse as this stood in a country lane, and in it dwelt an old couple, a peasant and his wife. Small as their possessions were, they had one article they could not do without, and that was a horse, which contrived to live upon the grass which it found by the side of the high road. The old peasant rode into the town upon this horse, and his neighbours often borrowed it of him, and paid for the loan of it by rendering some service to the old couple. After a time, they thought it would be as well to sell the horse, or exchange it for something which might be more useful to them. But what might this something be? "You'll know best, old man," said the wife. "It is fair day today, so ride into town and get rid of the horse for money, or make a good exchange. Whichever you do will be right to me, so ride to the fair." And she fastened his neckerchief for him, for she could do that better than he could, and she could also tie it very prettily in a double bow. She also smoothed his hat round and round with the palm of her hand, and gave him a kiss. Then he rode away upon the horse that was to be sold or bartered for something else. Yes, the old man knew what he was about. The sun shone with great heat, and not a cloud was to be seen in the sky. The road was very dusty, for a number of people, all going to the fair, were driving, riding, or walking upon it. There was no shelter anywhere from the hot sunshine. Among the rest, a man came trudging along, and driving a cow to the fair. The cow was as beautiful a creature as any cow could be. "She gives good milk, I am certain," said the peasant to himself. "That would be a very good exchange. The cow for the horse. Hallo there, you with the cow," he said. "I tell you what, I dare say a horse is of more value than a cow, but I don't care for that. A cow will be more useful to me. So, if you like, we'll exchange." "To be sure I will," said the man. Accordingly, the exchange was made, and as the matter was settled, the peasant might have turned back, for he had done the business he came to do. But, having made up his mind to go to the fair, he determined to do so, if only to have a look at it. So on he went to the town with his cow. Leading the animal, he strode on sturdily, and after a short time, overtook a man who was driving a sheep. It was a good fat sheep, with a fine fleece on its back. "I should like to have that fellow," said the peasant to himself. "There is plenty of grass for him by our palings, and in the winter we could keep him in the room with us. Perhaps it would be more profitable to have a sheep than a cow. Shall I exchange?" The man with the sheep was quite ready, and the bargain was quickly made. And then our peasant continued his way on the high road with his sheep. Soon after this, he overtook another man, who had come into the road from a field, and was carrying a large goose under his arm. "What a heavy creature you have there," said the peasant. "It has plenty of feathers and plenty of fat, and would look well tied to a string, or paddling in the water at our place. That would be very useful to my old woman. She could make all sorts of profits out of it. How often she has said, if now we only had a goose. Now here is an opportunity, and if possible, I will get it for her. Shall we exchange? I will give you my sheep for your goose, and thanks into the bargain. The other had not the least objection, and accordingly the exchange was made, and our peasant became possessor of the goose. By this time he had arrived very near the town. The crowd on the high road had been gradually increasing, and there was quite a rush of men and cattle. The cattle walked on the path and by the palings, and at the turnpike gate they even walked into the toll-keeper's potato field, where one fowl was strutting about with a string tied to its leg, for fear it should take fright at the crowd and run away and get lost. The tail feathers of the fowl were very short, and it winked with both its eyes and looked very cunning, as it said, cluck, cluck. What were the thoughts of the fowl as it said this, I cannot tell you. But directly our good man saw it, he thought, why, that's the finest fowl I ever saw in my life. It's finer than our parson's brood hen, upon my word. I should like to have that fowl. Fowls can always pick up a few grains that lie about, and almost keep themselves. I think it would be a good exchange if I could get it for my goose. Shall we exchange? He asked the toll-keeper. Exchange, repeated the man. Well, it would not be a bad thing. And so they made an exchange. The toll-keeper at the turnpike gate kept the goose, and the peasant carried off the fowl. Now he had really done a great deal of business on his way to the fair, and he was hot and tired. He wanted something to eat, and a glass of ale to refresh himself. So he turned his steps to an inn. He was just about to enter when the ostler came out, and they met at the door. The ostler was carrying a sack. What have you in that sack? Asked the peasant. Rotten apples, answered the ostler. A whole sackful of them. They will do to feed the pigs with. Why, that will be terrible waste, he replied. I should like to take them home to my old woman. Last year the old apple tree by the grass plot only bore one apple, and we kept it in the cupboard till it was quite withered and rotten. It was always property, my old woman said, and here she would see a great deal of property, a whole sackful. I should like to show them to her. What will you give me for the sackful? Asked the ostler. What will I give? Well, I will give you my fowl in exchange. So he gave up the fowl and received the apples, which he carried into the inn parlour. He leaned the sack carefully against the stove, and then went to the table. But the stove was hot, and he had not thought of that. Many guests were present, horse dealers, cattle drovers, and 2 Englishmen. The Englishmen were so rich that their pockets quite bulged out and seemed ready to burst, and they could bet too, as you shall hear. Hiss-hiss-hiss, hiss-hiss-hiss. What could that be by the stove? The apples were beginning to roast. What is that? Asked one. Why, do you know? Said our peasant. And then he told them the whole story of the horse, which he had exchanged for a cow, and all the rest of it, down to the apples. Well, your old woman will give it you well when you get home, said one of the Englishmen. Won't there be a noise? What? Give me what? Said the peasant. Why, she will kiss me and say, what the old man does is always right. Let us lay a wager on it, said the Englishman. "We'll wager you a ton of coined gold, 100 pounds to the 100 weight." "No, a bushel will be enough," replied the peasant. "I can only set a bushel of apples against it, and I'll throw myself and my old woman into the bargain. That will pile up the measure, I fancy." "Done, taken." And so the bet was made. Then the landlord's coach came to the door, and the 2 Englishmen and the peasant got in, and away they drove, and soon arrived and stopped at the peasant's hut. "Good evening, old woman." "Good evening, old man. I've made the exchange." "Ah, well, you understand what you're about," said the woman. Then she embraced him and paid no attention to the strangers, nor did she notice the sack. "I got a cow in exchange for the horse." "Thank heaven," said she. "Now we shall have plenty of milk and butter and cheese on the table. That was a capital exchange." "Yes, but I changed the cow for a sheep." "Ah, better still," cried the wife. "You always think of everything. We have just enough pasture for a sheep. Use milk and cheese, woolen jackets and stockings. The cow could not give all these, and her hair only falls off. How you think of everything. But I changed away the sheep for a goose. Then we shall have roast goose to eat this year. You dear old man, you are always thinking of something to please me. This is delightful. We can let the goose walk about with a string tied to her leg, so she will be fatter still before we roast her. But I gave away the goose for a fowl." "A fowl? Well, that was a good exchange," replied the woman. "The fowl will lay eggs and hatch them, and we shall have chickens. We shall soon have a poultry yard. Oh, this is just what I was wishing for." "Yes, but I exchanged the fowl for a sack of shriveled apples." "What? I really must give you a kiss for that," exclaimed the wife. "My dear good husband, now I'll tell you something. Do you know, almost as soon as you left me this morning, I began to think of what I could give you nice for supper this evening, and then I thought of fried eggs and bacon with sweet herbs. I had eggs and bacon, but I wanted the herbs, so I went over to the schoolmaster's. I knew they had plenty of herbs, but the schoolmistress is very mean, although she can smile so sweetly. I begged her to lend me a handful of herbs. "Lend," she exclaimed. "I have nothing to lend. Nothing at all grows in our garden, not even a shriveled apple. I could not even lend you a shriveled apple, my dear woman. But now I can lend her 10, or a whole sackful, which I'm very glad of. It makes me laugh to think about it." And then she gave him a hearty kiss. "Well, I like all this," said both the Englishmen. "Always going down the hill, and yet always merry. It's worth the money to see it." So they paid 100 weight of gold to the peasant, who, whatever he did, was not scolded but kissed. Yes, it always pays best when the wife sees and maintains that her husband knows best, and whatever he does is right. That is a story which I heard when I was a child, and now you have heard it too, and know that what the old man does is always right. In the nursery, father and mother and brothers and sisters were gone to the play. Only little Anna and her grandpapa were left at home. "We'll have a play too," he said, "and it may begin immediately." "But we have no theatre," cried little Anna, "and we have no one to act for us. My old doll cannot. for she is a fright, and my new one cannot, for she must not rumple her new clothes. One can always get actors if one makes use of what one has, observed Grandpapa. Now we'll go into the theatre. Here we will put up a book, there another, and there a third, in a sloping row. Now 3 on the other side. So now we have the side scenes. The old box that lies yonder may be the back stairs, and we'll lay the flooring on top of it. The stage represents a room, as everyone may see. Now we want the actors. Let us see what we can find in the plaything box. First the personages, and then we will get the play ready, one after the other. That will be capital. Here's a pipe head, and yonder an odd glove. They will do very well for father and daughter. But those are only 2 characters, said little Anna. Here's my brother's old waistcoat. Could not that play in our piece too? It's big enough, certainly, replied Grandpapa. It shall be the lover. There's nothing in the pockets, and that's very interesting, for that's half of an unfortunate attachment. And here we have the nutcracker's boots, with spurs to them. Row, dow, dow. How they can stamp and strut. They shall represent the unwelcome wooer, whom the lady does not like. What kind of a play will you have now? Shall it be a tragedy or a domestic drama? A domestic drama, please, said little Anna, for the others are so fond of that. Do you know one? I know 100, said Grandpapa. Those that are most in favour are from the French, but they are not good for little girls. In the meantime, we may take one of the prettiest, for inside they're all very much alike. Now I shake the pen. Cock-a-lorum. So now, here's the play. Bryn Bran Span New. Now listen to the playbill. And Grandpapa took a newspaper and read as if he were reading from it. The Pipehead and the Good Head. A family drama in 1 act. Characters. Mr. Pipehead, a father. Mr. Waistcoat, a lover. Miss Glove, a daughter. Mr. De Boots, a suitor. And now we're going to begin. The curtain rises. We have no curtain, so it has risen already. All the characters are there, and so we have them at hand. Now I speak as Papa Pipehead. He's angry today. One can see that he's a coloured meerschaum. Snick, snack, snurre, basilure. I'm master of this house. I'm the father of my daughter. Will you hear what I have to say? Mr. De Boots is a person in whom one may see one's face. His upper part is of Morocco, and he has spurs into the bargain. Snicker, snacker, snack. He shall have my daughter. Now listen to what the waistcoat says, little Anna, said Grandpapa. Now the waistcoat's speaking. The waistcoat has a lay-down collar and is very modest, but he knows his own value and has quite a right to say what he says. I haven't a spot on me. Goodness of material ought to be appreciated. I am of real silk and have strings to me. On the wedding day, but no longer. You don't keep your colour in the wash. This is Mr. Pipehead who is speaking. Mr. De Boots is watertight, of strong leather, and yet very delicate. He can creak and clank with his spurs, and has an Italian physiognomy. But they ought to speak in verses, said Anna, for I've heard that's the most charming way of all. They can do that too, replied Grandpapa, and if the public demands it, they will talk in that way. Just look at little Miss Glove, how she's pointing her fingers. Could I but have my love, who then so happy as glove? Ah, if I from him must part, I'm sure 'twill break my heart. Bah! The last word was spoken by Mr. Pipehead, and now it's Mr. Waistcoat's turn. O glove, my own dear, though it cost thee a tear, thou must be mine, for Holger Danske has sworn it. Mr. De Boots, hearing this, kicks up, jingles his spurs, and knocks down 3 of the side scenes. That's exceedingly charming, cried little Anna. Silence, silence, said Grandpapa. Silent approbation will show that you are the educated public in the stalls. Now Miss Glove sings her great song with startling effects. I can't see, hi-oh, and therefore I'll crow, kikariki, in the lofty hall. Now comes the exciting part, little Anna. This is the most important in all the play. Mr. Waistcoat undoes himself and addresses his speech to you, that you may applaud, but leave it alone. That's considered more genteel. I am driven to extremities. Take care of yourself. Now comes the plot. You are the pipe head, and I am the good head. Snap. There you go. Do you notice this, little Anna? Asked Grandpapa. That's a most charming comedy. Mr. Waistcoat seized the old pipe head and put him in his pocket. There he lies, and the waistcoat says, You are in my pocket. You can't come out till you promise to unite me to your daughter Glove on the left. I hold out my right hand. That's awfully pretty, said little Anna. And now the old pipe head replies, Though I'm all ear, very stupid I appear. Where's my humour? Gone, I fear, and I feel my hollow sticks not here. Ah, never, my dear, did I feel so queer. Oh, pray let me out, and like a lamb led to slaughter, I'll betroth you, no doubt, to my daughter. Is the play over already? Asked little Anna. By no means, replied Grandpapa. It's only all over with Mr. De Boots. Now the lovers kneel down, and one of them sings, Father, and the other, Come, do as you ought to do. Bless your son and daughter. And they receive his blessing, and celebrate their wedding. And all the pieces of furniture sing in chorus, Clink, clanks, 1,000 thanks, and now the play is over. And now we'll applaud, said Grandpapa. We'll call them all out, and the pieces of furniture too, for they are of mahogany. And is not our play just as good as those which the others have in the real theatre? Our play is much better, said Grandpapa. It is shorter, the performers are natural, and it has passed away the interval before tea time. A cheerful temper. From my father I received the best inheritance, namely, a good temper. And who was my father? That has nothing to do with a good temper, but I will say he was lively, good-looking, round, and fat. He was both in appearance and character a complete contradiction to his profession. And pray what was his profession and his standing in respectable society? Well, perhaps, if in the beginning of a book these were written and printed, many, when they read it, would lay the book down and say, It seems to me a very miserable title. I don't like things of this sort. And yet my father was not a skin dresser nor an executioner. On the contrary, his employment placed him at the head of the grandest people of the town, and it was his place by right. He had to precede the bishop, and even the princes of the blood. He always went first. He was a hearse driver. There now, the truth is out. And I will own that when people saw my father perched up in front of the omnibus of death, dressed in his long, wide black cloak, and his black-edged three-cornered hat on his head, and then glanced at his round, jocund face, round as the sun, they could not think much of sorrow or the grave. That face said, "It is nothing. It will all end better than people think." So I have inherited from him not only my good temper, but a habit of going often to the churchyard, which is good when done in a proper humour. And then also I take in the intelligencer, just as he used to do. I am not very young. I have neither wife nor children, nor a library. But, as I said, I read the intelligencer, which is enough for me. It is to me a delightful paper, and so it was to my father. It is of great use, for it contains all that a man requires to know, the names of the preachers at the church, and the new books which are published, where houses, servants, clothes, and provisions may be obtained. And then what a number of subscriptions to charities, and what innocent verses, persons seeking interviews and engagements, all so plainly and naturally stated. Certainly, a man who takes in the intelligencer may live merrily and be buried contentedly, and by the end of his life will have such a capital stock of paper that he can lie on a soft bed of it, unless he prefers wood shavings for his resting place. The newspaper and the churchyard were always exciting objects to me. My walks to the latter were like bathing places to my good humour. Everyone can read the newspaper for himself, but come with me to the churchyard while the sun shines and the trees are green, and let us wander among the graves. Each of them is like a closed book, with the back uppermost, on which we can read the title of what the book contains, but nothing more. I had a great deal of information from my father, and I have noticed a great deal myself. I keep it in my diary, in which I write for my own use and pleasure a history of all who lie here, and a few more beside. Now we are in the churchyard. Here, behind the white iron railings, once a rose tree grew. It is gone now, but a little bit of evergreen, from a neighbouring grave, stretches out its green tendrils, and makes some appearance. There rests a very unhappy man, and yet, while he lived, he might be said to occupy a very good position. He had enough to live upon, and something to spare, but owing to his refined tastes, the least thing in the world annoyed him. If he went to a theatre of an evening, instead of enjoying himself, he would be quite annoyed if the machinist had put too strong a light into one side of the moon, or if the representations of the sky hung over the scenes when they ought to have hung behind them, or if a palm tree was introduced into a scene representing the zoological gardens of Berlin, or a cactus in a view of Tyrol, or a beech tree in the north of Norway. As if these things were of any consequence. Why did he not leave them alone? Who would trouble themselves about such trifles, especially at a comedy, where everyone is expected to be amused? Then sometimes the public applauded too much or too little to please him. They are like wet wood, he would say, looking round to see what sort of people were present. This evening, nothing fires them. Then he would vex and fret himself, because they did not laugh at the right time, or because they laughed in the wrong places. And so he fretted and worried himself, till at last the unhappy man fretted himself into the grave. Here rests a happy man, that is to say, a man of high birth and position, which was very lucky for him. Otherwise, he would have been scarcely worth notice. It is beautiful to observe how wisely nature orders these things. He walked about in a coat embroidered all over, and in the drawing rooms of society looked just like one of those rich pearl-embroidered bell pulls, which are only made for show, and behind them always hangs a good thick cord for use. This man also had a stout, useful substitute behind him, who did duty for him, and performed all his dirty work, and there are still, even now, these serviceable cords behind other embroidered bell ropes. It is all so wisely arranged that a man may well be in a good humour. Here rests, it makes one feel mournful to think of him, but here rests a man who during 67 years was never remembered to have said a good thing. He lived only in the hope of having a good idea. At last he felt convinced, in his own mind, that he really had one, and was so delighted that he positively died of joy at the thought of having at last caught an idea. Nobody got anything by it. Indeed, no one even heard what the good thing was. Now I can imagine that this same idea may prevent him from resting quietly in his grave. For suppose that to produce a good effect, it is necessary to bring out his new idea at breakfast, and that he can only make his appearance on earth at midnight, as ghosts are believed generally to do. Why then this good idea would not suit the hour, and the man would have to carry it down again with him into the grave? That must be a troubled grave. The woman who lies here was so remarkably stingy that during her life she would get up in the night and mew, that her neighbours might think she kept a cat. What a miser she was! Here rests a young lady of a good family who would always make her voice heard in society, and when she sang "Mi manca la voce," it was the only true thing she ever said in her life. Here lies a maiden of another description. She was engaged to be married, but her story is one of everyday life. We will leave her to rest in the grave. Here rests a widow who, with music in her tongue, carried gall in her heart. She used to go round among the families near and search out their faults, upon which she preyed with all the envy and malice of her nature. This is a family grave. The members of this family held so firmly together in their opinions that they will believe in no other. If the newspapers, or even the whole world, said of a certain subject, "It is so and so," and the little schoolboy declared he had learned quite differently, they would take his assertion as the only true one, because he belonged to the family. And it is well known that if the yard cock belonging to this family happened to crow at midnight, they would declare it was morning, although the watchman and all the clocks in the town were proclaiming the hour of 12 at night. The great poet Goethe concludes his Faust with the words, "May be continued. So might our wanderings in the churchyard be continued. I come here often, and if any of my friends, or those who are not my friends, are too much for me, I go out and choose a plot of ground in which to bury him or her. Then I bury them, as it were. There they lie, dead and powerless, till they come back new and better characters. Their lives and their deeds, looked at after my own fashion, I write down in my diary, as everyone ought to do. Then, if any of our friends act absurdly, no one need to be vexed about it. Let them bury the offenders out of sight and keep their good temper. They can also read the Intelligencer, which is a paper written by the people, with their hands guided. When the time comes for the history of my life to be bound by the grave, then they will write upon it as my epitaph, the man with a cheerful temper. And this is my story. A leaf from heaven. High up in the clear, pure air flew an angel with a flower plucked from the garden of heaven. As he was kissing the flower, a very little leaf fell from it and sunk down into the soft earth in the middle of a wood. It immediately took root, sprouted, and sent out shoots among the other plants. "What a ridiculous little shoot," said one. "No one will recognize it, not even the thistle nor the stinging nettle." "It must be a kind of garden plant," said another. And so they sneered and despised the plant as a thing from a garden. "Where are you coming?" said the tall thistles, whose leaves were all armed with thorns. "It is stupid nonsense to allow yourself to shoot out in this way. We are not here to support you." Winter came, and the plant was covered with snow, but the snow glittered over it as if it had sunshine beneath as well as above. When spring came, the plant appeared in full bloom, a more beautiful object than any other plant in the forest. And now the professor of botany presented himself, one who could explain his knowledge in black and white. He examined and tested the plant, but it did not belong to his system of botany, nor could he possibly find out to what class it did belong. "It must be some degenerate species," said he. "I do not know it, and it is not mentioned in any system." "Not known in any system," repeated the thistles and the nettles. The large trees which grew round it saw the plant and heard the remarks, but they said not a word, either good or bad, which is the wisest plan for those who are ignorant. There passed through the forest a poor innocent girl. Her heart was pure, and her understanding increased by her faith. Her chief inheritance had been an old Bible, which she read and valued. From its pages, she heard the voice of God speaking to her and telling her to remember what was said of Joseph's brethren when persons wished to injure her. They imagined evil in their hearts, but God turned it to good. If we suffer wrongfully, if we are misunderstood or despised, we must think of Him who was pure and holy, and who prayed for those who nailed Him to the cross. "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." The girl stood still before the wonderful plant, for the green leaves exhaled a sweet and refreshing fragrance, and the flowers glittered and sparkled in the sunshine like coloured flames, and the harmony of sweet sounds lingered round them as if each concealed within itself a deep fount of melody which thousands of years could not exhaust. With pious gratitude the girl looked upon this glorious work of God and bent down over one of the branches that she might examine the flower and inhale the sweet perfume. Then a light broke in on her mind, and her heart expanded. Gladly would she have plucked a flower, but she could not overcome her reluctance to break one off. She knew it would so soon fade, so she took only a single green leaf, carried it home, and laid it in her Bible, where it remained ever green, fresh, and unfading. Between the pages of the Bible it still lay when, a few weeks afterwards, that Bible was laid under the young girl's head in her coffin. A holy calm rested on her face, as if the earthly remains bore the impress of the truth that she now stood in the presence of God. In the forest, the wonderful plant still continued to bloom till it grew and became almost a tree, and all the birds of passage bow themselves before it. "That plant is a foreigner, no doubt," said the thistles and the burdocks. "We can never conduct ourselves like that in this country." And the black forest snails actually spat at the flower. Then came the swineherd. He was collecting thistles and shrubs to burn them for the ashes. He pulled up the wonderful plant, roots and all, and placed it in his bundle. "This will be as useful as any," he said. So the plant was carried away. Not long after, the king of the country suffered from the deepest melancholy. He was diligent and industrious, but employment did him no good. They read deep and learned books to him, and then the lightest and most trifling that could be found, but all to no purpose. Then they applied for advice to one of the wise men of the world, and he sent them a message to say that there was one remedy which would relieve and cure him, and that it was a plant of heavenly origin which grew in the forest in the king's own dominions. The messenger described the flower so that its appearance could not be mistaken. Then said the swineherd, "I am afraid I carried this plant away from the forest in my bundle, and it has been burnt to ashes long ago, but I did not know any better." "You did not know any better. Ignorance upon ignorance indeed." The poor swineherd took these words to heart, for they were addressed to him. He knew not that there were others who were equally ignorant. Not even a leaf of the plant could be found. There was one, but it lay in the coffin of the dead. No one knew anything about it. Then the king, in his melancholy, wandered out to the spot in the wood. "Here is where the plant stood," he said. "It is a sacred place." Then he ordered that the place should be surrounded with a golden railing and a sentry stationed near it. The botanical professor wrote a long treatise about the heavenly plant, and for this he was loaded with gold, which improved the position of himself and his family. And this part is really the most pleasant part of the story. For the plant had disappeared, and the king remained as melancholy and sad as ever, but the sentry said he had always been so. Delaying is not forgetting. There was an old mansion surrounded by a marshy ditch with a drawbridge which was but seldom let down. Not all guests are good people. Under the roof were loopholes to shoot through, and to pour down boiling water or even molten lead on the enemy, should he approach. Inside the house the rooms were very high and had ceilings of beams, and that was very useful considering the great deal of smoke which rose up from the chimney fire where the large, damp logs of wood smouldered. On the walls hung pictures of knights in armour and proud ladies in gorgeous dresses. The most stately of all walked about alive. She was called Metamogan. She was the mistress of the house. To her belonged the castle. Towards the evening robbers came. They killed 3 of her people and also the yard dog, and attached Mrs. Meta to the kennel by the chain, while they themselves made good cheer in the hall and drank the wine and the good ale out of her cellar. Mrs. Meta was now on the chain. She could not even bark. But lo, the servant of one of the robbers secretly approached her. They must not see it, otherwise they would have killed him. "Mrs. Metamogan," said the fellow, "do you still remember how my father, when your husband was still alive, had to ride on the wooden horse? You prayed for him, but it was no good. He was to ride until his limbs were paralyzed. But you stole down to him, as I steal now to you. You yourself put little stones under each of his feet, that he might have support. Nobody saw it, or they pretended not to see it, for you were then the young, gracious mistress. My father has told me this, and I have not forgotten it. Now I will free you, Mrs. Metamogan. Then they pulled the horses out of the stable and rode off in rain and wind to obtain the assistance of friends. Thus the small service done to the old man was richly rewarded, said Metamogan. Delaying is not forgetting, said the fellow. The robbers were hanged. There was an old mansion. It is still there. It did not belong to Mrs. Metamogan. It belonged to another old noble family. We are now in the present time. The sun is shining on the gilt knob of the tower. Little wooded islands lie like bouquets on the water, and wild swans are swimming round them. In the garden grow roses. The mistress of the house is herself the finest rose petal. She beams with joy, the joy of good deeds, however, not done in the wide world, but in her heart, and what is preserved there is not forgotten. Delaying is not forgetting. Now she goes from the mansion to a little peasant hut in the field. Therein lives a poor paralyzed girl. The window of her little room looks northward. The sun does not enter here. The girl can only see a small piece of field, which is surrounded by a high fence. But today the sun shines here. The warm, beautiful Son of God is within the little room. It comes from the south through the new window, where formerly the wall was. The paralyzed girl sits in the warm sunshine and can see the wood and the lake. The world had become so large, so beautiful, and only through a single word from the kind mistress of the mansion. The word was so easy, the deed so small, she said. The joy it afforded me was infinitely great and sweet. And therefore she does many a good deed, thinks of all in the humble cottages and in the rich mansions, where there are also afflicted ones. It is concealed and hidden, but God does not forget it. Delayed is not forgotten. An old house stood there. It was in the large town with its busy traffic. There are rooms and halls in it, but we do not enter them. We remain in the kitchen, where it is warm and light, clean and tidy. The copper utensils are shining, the table as if polished with beeswax. The sink looks like a freshly scoured meat board. All this a single servant has done, and yet she has time to spare as if she wished to go to church. She wears a bow on her cap, a black bow that signifies mourning. But she has no one to mourn, neither father nor mother, neither relations nor sweetheart. She is a poor girl. One day she was engaged to a poor fellow. They loved each other dearly. One day he came to her and said, "We both have nothing. The rich widow over the way in the basement has made advances to me. She will make me rich, but you are in my heart. What do you advise me to do?" "I advise you to do what you think will turn out to your happiness," said the girl. "Be kind and good to her, but remember this. From the hour we part, we shall never see each other again." Years passed. Then one day she met the old friend and sweetheart in the street. He looked ill and miserable, and she could not help asking him, "How are you?" "Rich and prospering in every respect," he said. "The woman is brave and good, but you are in my heart. I have fought the battle. It will soon be ended. We shall not see each other again now until we meet before God." A week has passed. This morning his death was in the newspaper. That is the reason of the girl's mourning. Her old sweetheart is dead, and has left a wife and 3 stepchildren, as the paper says. It sounds as if there is a crack, but the metal is pure. The black bow signifies mourning. The girl's face points to the same in a still higher degree. It is preserved in the heart and will never be forgotten. Delaying is not forgetting. These are 3 stories you see, 3 leaves on the same stalk. Do you wish for some more trefoil leaves? In the little heart book are many more of them. Delaying is not forgetting. Ib and little Christina. In the forest that extends from the banks of the Gudenau in North Jutland, a long way into the country, and not far from the clear stream, rises a great ridge of land, which stretches through the wood like a wall. Westward of this ridge, and not far from the river, stands a farmhouse, surrounded by such poor land that the sandy soil shows itself between the scanty ears of rye and wheat which grow in it. Some years have passed since the people who lived here cultivated these fields. They kept 3 sheep, a pig, and 2 oxen. In fact, they maintained themselves very well. They had quite enough to live upon, as people generally have who are content with their lot. They even could have afforded to keep 2 horses, but it was a saying among the farmers in those parts, the horse eats himself up. That is to say, he eats as much as he earns. Jeppe Jans cultivated his fields in summer, and in the winter he made wooden shoes. He also had an assistant, a lad who understood as well as he himself did how to make wooden shoes strong, but light, and in the fashion. They carved shoes and spoons which paid well. Therefore no one could justly call Jeppe Jans and his family poor people. Little Ib, a boy of 7 years old and the only child, would sit by, watching the workmen, or cutting a stick, and sometimes his finger instead of the stick. But one day Ib succeeded so well in his carving that he made 2 pieces of wood look really like 2 little wooden shoes, and he determined to give them as a present to little Christina. And who was little Christina? She was the boatman's daughter, graceful and delicate as the child of a gentleman. Had she been dressed differently, no one would have believed that she lived in a hut on the neighbouring heath with her father. He was a widower, and earned his living by carrying firewood in his large boat from the forest to the eel pond and eel weir, on the estate of Silkeborg, and sometimes even to the distant town of Randers. There was no one under whose care he could leave little Christina, so she was almost always with him in his boat, or playing in the wood among the blossoming heath, or picking the ripe wild berries. Sometimes, when her father had to go as far as the town, he would take little Christina, who was a year younger than Ib, across the heath to the cottage of Jeppe Jans, and leave her there. Ib and Christina agreed together in everything. They divided their bread and berries when they were hungry. They were partners in digging their little gardens. They ran and crept and played about everywhere. Once they wandered a long way into the forest and even ventured together to climb the high ridge. Another time they found a few snipes' eggs in the wood, which was a great event. Ib had never been on the heath where Christina's father lived, nor on the river, but at last came an opportunity. Christina's father invited him to go for a sail in his boat, and the evening before he accompanied the boatman across the heath to his house. The next morning early, The two children were placed on the top of a high pile of firewood in the boat and sat eating bread and wild strawberries while Christina's father and his man drove the boat forward with poles. They floated on swiftly, for the tide was in their favour, passing over lakes formed by the stream in its course. Sometimes they seemed quite enclosed by reeds and water plants, yet there was always room for them to pass out, although the old trees overhung the water and the old oaks stretched out their bare branches as if they had turned up their sleeves and wished to show their knotty, naked arms. Old alder trees, whose roots were loosened from the banks, clung with their fibres to the bottom of the stream, and the tops of the branches above the water looked like little woody islands. The water lilies waved themselves to and fro on the river. Everything made the excursion beautiful, and at last they came to the great eel weir, where the water rushed through the floodgates, and the children thought this a beautiful sight. In those days there was no factory nor any town house, nothing but the great farm with its scanty bearing fields, in which could be seen a few herd of cattle and one or two farm labourers. The rushing of the water through the sluices and the scream of the wild ducks were almost the only signs of active life at Silkeborg. After the firewood had been unloaded, Christina's father bought a whole bundle of eels and a sucking pig, which were all placed in a basket in the stern of the boat. Then they returned again up the stream, and as the wind was favourable, 2 sails were hoisted, which carried the boat on as well as if 2 horses had been harnessed to it. As they sailed on, they came by chance to the place where the boatman's assistant lived, at a little distance from the bank of the river. The boat was moored, and the 2 men, after desiring the children to sit still, both went on shore. They obeyed this order for a very short time, and then forgot it altogether. First, they peeped into the basket containing the eels and the sucking pig. Then they must needs pull out the pig and take it in their hands, and feel it, and touch it. And as they both wanted to hold it at the same time, the consequence was that they let it fall into the water, and the pig sailed away with the stream. Here was a terrible disaster. Ib jumped ashore and ran a little distance from the boat. "Oh, take me with you," cried Christina, and she sprang after him. In a few minutes they found themselves deep in a thicket, and could no longer see the boat or the shore. They ran on a little farther, and then Christina fell down and began to cry. Ib helped her up and said, "Never mind, follow me. Yonder is the house." But the house was not yonder, and they wandered still farther, over the dry rustling leaves of the last year, and treading on fallen branches that crackled under their little feet. Then they heard a loud, piercing cry, and they stood still to listen. Presently the scream of an eagle sounded through the wood. It was an ugly cry, and it frightened the children. But before them, in the thickest part of the forest, grew the most beautiful blackberries in wonderful quantities. They looked so inviting that the children could not help stopping, and they remained there so long eating that their mouths and cheeks became quite black with the juice. Presently they heard the frightful scream again, and Christina said, "We shall get into trouble about that pig." "Oh, never mind," said Ib. "We will go home to my father's house. It is here in the wood." So they went on, but the road led them out of the way. No house could be seen. It grew dark, and the children were afraid. The solemn stillness that reigned around them was now and then broken by the shrill cries of the great horned owl and other birds that they knew nothing of. At last, they both lost themselves in the thicket. Christina began to cry, and then Ib cried too. And after weeping and lamenting for some time, they stretched themselves down on the dry leaves and fell asleep. The sun was high in the heavens when the two children woke. They felt cold, but not far from their resting place, on a hill, the sun was shining through the trees. They thought if they went there they should be warm, and Ib fancied he should be able to see his father's house from such a high spot. But they were far away from home now, in quite another part of the forest. They clambered to the top of the rising ground and found themselves on the edge of a declivity, which sloped down to a clear, transparent lake. Great quantities of fish could be seen through the clear water, sparkling in the sun's rays. They were quite surprised when they came so suddenly upon such an unexpected sight. Close to where they stood grew a hazel bush, covered with beautiful nuts. They soon gathered some, cracked them, and ate the fine young kernels, which were only just ripe. But there was another surprise and fright in store for them. Out of the thicket stepped a tall old woman, her face quite brown, and her hair of a deep shining black. The whites of her eyes glittered like a Moor's. On her back she carried a bundle, and in her hand a knotted stick. She was a gypsy. The children did not at first understand what she said. She drew out of her pocket 3 large nuts, in which she told them were hidden the most beautiful and lovely things in the world, for they were wishing nuts. Ib looked at her, and as she spoke so kindly, he took courage and asked her if she would give him the nuts. And the woman gave them to him, and then gathered some more from the bushes for herself, quite a pocket full. Ib and Christina looked at the wishing nuts with wide open eyes. "Is there in this nut a carriage with a pair of horses?" asked Ib. "Yes, there is a golden carriage with 2 golden horses," replied the woman. "Then give me that nut," said Christina. So Ib gave it to her, and the strange woman tied up the nut for her in her handkerchief. Ib held up another nut. "Is there in this nut a pretty little neckerchief like the one Christina has on her neck?" asked Ib. "There are 10 neckerchiefs in it," she replied, "as well as beautiful dresses, stockings, and a hat and veil." "Then I will have that one also," said Christina, "and it is a pretty one too." And then Ib gave her the second nut. The third was a little black thing. "You may keep that one," said Christina. "It is quite as pretty." "What is in it?" asked Ib. "The best of all things for you," replied the gypsy. So Ib held the nut very tight. Then the woman promised to lead the children to the right path, that they might find their way home, and they went forward certainly in quite another direction to the one they meant to take. Therefore no one ought to speak against the woman and say that she wanted to steal the children. In the wild wood path they met a forester who knew Ib, and by his help Ib and Christina reached home, where they found everyone had been very anxious about them. They were pardoned and forgiven, although they really had both done wrong and deserved to get into trouble. First, because they had let the sucking pig fall into the water, and secondly, because they had run away. Christina was taken back to her father's house on the heath, and Ib remained in the farmhouse on the borders of the wood, near the great land ridge. The first thing Ib did that evening was to take out of his pocket the little black nut, in which the best thing of all was said to be enclosed. He laid it carefully between the door and the doorpost, and then shut the door so that the nut cracked directly. But there was not much kernel to be seen. It was what we should call hollow or worm-eaten, and looked as if it had been filled with tobacco or rich black earth. "It is just what I expected," exclaimed Ib. "How should there be room in a little nut like this for the best thing of all? Christina will find her 2 nuts just the same. There will be neither fine clothes or a golden carriage in them." Winter came, and the new year, and indeed many years passed away, until Ib was old enough to be confirmed, and therefore he went during a whole winter to the clergyman of the nearest village to be prepared. One day, about this time, the boatman paid a visit to Ib's parents and told them that Christina was going to service and that she had been remarkably fortunate in obtaining a good place with most respectable people. "Only think," he said, "she is going to the rich innkeepers at the hotel in Herning, many miles west from here. She is to assist the landlady in the housekeeping, and if afterwards she behaves well and remains to be confirmed, the people will treat her as their own daughter." So Ib and Christina took leave of each other. People already called them the betrothed, and at parting the girl showed Ib the 2 nuts, which she had taken care of ever since the time that they lost themselves in the wood, and she told him also that the little wooden shoes he once carved for her when he was a boy and gave her as a present had been carefully kept in a drawer ever since. And so they parted. After Ib's confirmation, he remained at home with his mother, for he had become a clever shoemaker, and in summer managed the farm for her quite alone. His father had been dead some time, and his mother kept no farm servants. Sometimes, but very seldom, he heard of Christina through a postilion or eel seller who was passing. But she was well off with a rich innkeeper, and after being confirmed she wrote a letter to her father, in which was a kind message to Ib and his mother. In this letter she mentioned that her master and mistress had made her a present of a beautiful new dress and some nice underclothes. This was, of course, pleasant news. One day, in the following spring, there came a knock at the door of the house where Ib's old mother lived, and when they opened it, lo and behold, in stepped the boatman and Christina. She had come to pay them a visit and to spend the day. A carriage had to come from the Herning Hotel to the next village, and she had taken the opportunity to see her friends once more. She looked as elegant as a real lady, and wore a pretty dress, beautifully made on purpose for her. There she stood, in full dress, while Ib wore only his working clothes. He could not utter a word. He could only seize her hand and hold it fast in his own, but he felt too happy and glad to open his lips. Christina, however, was quite at her ease. She talked and kissed him in the most friendly manner, even afterwards when they were left alone, and she asked, "Did you know me again, Ib?" He still stood holding her hand, and said at last, "You are become quite a grand lady, Christina, and I am only a rough working man, but I have often thought of you and of old times." Then they wandered up the great ridge and looked across the stream to the heath, where the little hills were covered with the flowering broom. Ib said nothing, But before the time came for them to part, it became quite clear to him that Christina must be his wife. Had they not even in childhood been called the betrothed? To him it seemed as if they were really engaged to each other, although not a word had been spoken on the subject. They had only a few more hours to remain together, for Christina was obliged to return that evening to the neighbouring village, to be ready for the carriage, which was to start the next morning early for Herning. Ib and her father accompanied her to the village. It was a fine moonlight evening, and when they arrived, Ib stood holding Christina's hand in his as if he could not let her go. His eyes brightened, and the words he uttered came with hesitation from his lips, but from the deepest recesses of his heart. Christina, if you have not become too grand, and if you can be contented to live in my mother's house as my wife, we will be married some day, but we can wait for a while. Oh yes, she replied. Let us wait a little longer, Ib. I can trust you, for I believe that I do love you, but let me think it over. Then he kissed her lips, and so they parted. On the way home, Ib told the boatman that he and Christina were as good as engaged to each other, and the boatman found out that he had always expected it would be so, and went home with Ib that evening, and remained the night in the farmhouse. But nothing further was said of the engagement. During the next year, 2 letters passed between Ib and Christina. They were signed, faithful till death. But at the end of that time, one day the boatman came over to see Ib, with a kind greeting from Christina. He had something else to say, which made him hesitate in a strange manner. At last, it came out that Christina, who had grown a very pretty girl, was more lucky than ever. She was courted and admired by everyone, but her master's son, who had been home on a visit, was so much pleased with Christina that he wished to marry her. He had a very good situation in an office at Copenhagen, and as she had also taken a liking for him, his parents were not unwilling to consent. But Christina, in her heart, often thought of Ib and knew how much he thought of her, so she felt inclined to refuse this good fortune, added the boatman. At first Ib said not a word, but he became as white as the wall and shook his head gently, and then he spoke. Christina must not refuse this good fortune. Then will you write a few words to her, said the boatman. Ib sat down to write, but he could not get on at all. The words were not what he wished to say, so he tore up the page. The following morning, however, a letter lay ready to be sent to Christina, and the following is what he wrote. The letter written by you to your father I have read, and see from it that you are prosperous in everything, and that still better fortune is in store for you. Ask your own heart, Christina, and think over carefully what awaits you if you take me for your husband, for I possess very little in the world. Do not think of me or of my position. Think only of your own welfare. You are bound to me by no promises, and if in your heart you have given me one, I release you from it. May every blessing and happiness be poured out upon you, Christina. Heaven will give me the heart's consolation. Ever your sincere friend, Ibby. This letter was sent, and Christina received it in due time. In the course of the following November, her banns were published in the church on the heath, and also in Copenhagen, where the bridegroom lived. She was taken to Copenhagen under the protection of her future mother-in-law, because the bridegroom could not spare time from his numerous occupations for a journey so far into Jutland. On the journey, Christina met her father at one of the villages through which they passed, and here he took leave of her. Very little was said about the matter to Ib, and he did not refer to it. His mother, however, noticed that he had grown very silent and pensive. Thinking as he did of old times, no wonder the 3 nuts came into his mind, which the gypsy woman had given him when a child, and of the 2 which he had given to Christina. These wishing nuts, after all, had proved true fortune-tellers. One had contained a gilded carriage and noble horses, and the other beautiful clothes. All of these Christina would now have in her new home at Copenhagen. Her part had come true, and for him the nut had contained only black earth. The gypsy woman had said it was the best for him. Perhaps it was, and this also would be fulfilled. He understood the gypsy woman's meaning now. The black earth, the dark grave, was the best thing for him now. Again years passed away. Not many, but they seemed long years to Ib. The old innkeeper and his wife died one after the other, and the whole of their property, many $1,000s, was inherited by their son. Christina could have the golden carriage now, and plenty of fine clothes. During the 2 long years which followed, no letter came from Christina to her father, and when at last her father received one from her, it did not speak of prosperity or happiness. Poor Christina. Neither she nor her husband understood how to economize or save, and the riches brought no blessing with them, because they had not asked for it. Years passed, and for many summers the heath was covered with bloom. In winter the snow rested upon it, and the rough winds blew across a ridge under which stood Ib's sheltered home. One spring day the sun shone brightly, and he was guiding the plough across his field. The ploughshare struck against something which he fancied was a firestone, and then he saw glittering in the earth a splinter of shining metal, which the plough had cut from something which gleamed brightly in the furrow. He searched and found a large golden armlet of superior workmanship, and it was evident that the plough had disturbed a Hun's grave. He searched further and found more valuable treasures, which Ib showed to the clergyman, who explained their value to him. Then he went to the magistrate, who informed the president of the Museum of the Discovery, and advised Ib to take the treasures himself to the president. "You have found in the earth the best thing you could find," said the magistrate. "The best thing," thought Ib, "the very best thing for me, and found in the earth. Well, if it really is so, then the gypsy woman was right in her prophecy." So Ib went in the ferry boat from Aarhus to Copenhagen. To him, who had only sailed once or twice on the river near his own home, this seemed like a voyage on the ocean, and at length he arrived at Copenhagen. The value of the gold he had found was paid to him. It was a large sum, $600. Then Ib of the Heath went out and wandered about in the great city. On the evening before the day he had settled to return with the captain of the passage boat, Ib lost himself in the streets and took quite a different turning to the one he wished to follow. He wandered on till he found himself in a poor street of the suburb called Christian's Haven. Not a creature could be seen. At last a very little girl came out of one of the wretched-looking houses, and Ib asked her to tell him the way to the street he wanted. She looked up timidly at him and began to cry bitterly. He asked her what was the matter, but what she said he could not understand. so he went along the street with her, and as they passed under a lamp, the light fell on the little girl's face. A strange sensation came over Ib as he caught sight of it. The living, breathing embodiment of little Christina stood before him, just as he remembered her in the days of her childhood. He followed the child to the wretched house and ascended the narrow, crazy staircase which led to a little garret in the roof. The air in the room was heavy and stifling. No light was burning, and from one corner came sounds of moaning and sighing. It was the mother of the child who lay there on a miserable bed. With the help of a match, Ib struck a light and approached her. "Can I be of any service to you?" he asked. "This little girl brought me up here, but I am a stranger in this city. Are there no neighbors or anyone whom I can call?" Then he raised the head of the sick woman and smoothed her pillow. He started as he did so. It was Christina of the Heath. No one had mentioned her name to Ib for years. It would have disturbed his peace of mind, especially as the reports respecting her were not good. The wealth which her husband had inherited from his parents had made him proud and arrogant. He had given up his certain appointment and travelled for 6 months in foreign lands, and on his return had lived in great style and got into terrible debt. For a time he had trembled on the high pedestal on which he had placed himself, till at last he toppled over, and ruin came. His numerous merry companions and the visitors at his table said it served him right, for he had kept house like a madman. One morning his corpse was found in the canal. The cold hand of death had already touched the heart of Christina. Her youngest child, looked for in the midst of prosperity, had sunk into the grave when only a few weeks old, and at last Christina herself became sick unto death, and lay, forsaken and dying, in a miserable room, amid poverty she might have borne in her younger days, but which was now more painful to her from the luxuries to which she had lately been accustomed. It was her eldest child, also a little Christina, whom Ib had followed to her home, where she suffered hunger and poverty with her mother. "It makes me unhappy to think that I shall die and leave this poor child," sighed she. "Oh, what will become of her?" She could say no more. Then Ib brought out another match and lighted a piece of candle which he found in the room, and it threw a glimmering light over the wretched dwelling. Ib looked at the little girl and thought of Christina in her young days. For her sake, could he not love this child, who was a stranger to him? As he thus reflected, the dying woman opened her eyes and gazed at him. Did she recognize him? He never knew, for not another word escaped her lips. In the forest by the river Gudenau, not far from the heath, and beneath the ridge of land, stood the little farm, newly painted and whitewashed. The air was heavy and dark. There were no blossoms on the heath. The autumn winds whirled the yellow leaves towards the boatman's hut, in which strangers dwelt. But the little farm stood safely sheltered beneath the tall trees and the high ridge. The turf blazed brightly on the hearth, and within was sunlight, the sparkling light from the sunny eyes of a child, the bird-like tones from the rosy lips ringing like the song of a lark in spring. All was life and joy. Little Christina sat on Ib's knee. Ib was to her both father and mother. Her own parents had vanished from her memory, as a dream picture vanishes alike from childhood and age. Ib's house was well and prettily furnished, for he was a prosperous man now, while the mother of the little girl rested in the churchyard at Copenhagen, where she had died in poverty. Ib had money now, money which had come to him out of the black earth, and he had Christina for his own, after all. The Beetle who went on his travels. There was once an emperor who had a horse shod with gold. He had a golden shoe on each foot. And why was this? He was a beautiful creature, with slender legs, bright, intelligent eyes, and a mane that hung down over his neck like a veil. He had carried his master through fire and smoke in the battlefield, with the bullets whistling round him. He had kicked and bitten, and taken part in the fight when the enemy advanced, and, with his master on his back, he had dashed over the fallen foe and saved the golden crown and the emperor's life, which was of more value than the brightest gold. This is the reason of the emperor's horse wearing golden shoes. A beetle came creeping forth from the stable, where the farrier had been shoeing the horse. "Great ones first, of course," said he, "and then the little ones. But size is not always a proof of greatness." He stretched out his thin leg as he spoke. "And pray, what do you want?" asked the farrier. "Golden shoes," replied the beetle. "Why, you must be out of your senses," cried the farrier. "Golden shoes for you indeed." "Yes, certainly, golden shoes," replied the beetle. "Am I not just as good as that great creature yonder, who is waited upon and brushed, and has food and drink placed before him? And don't I belong to the royal stables?" "But why does the horse have golden shoes?" asked the farrier. "Of course you understand the reason." "Understand? Well, I understand that it is a personal slight to me," cried the beetle. "It is done to annoy me, so I intend to go out into the world and seek my fortune." "Go along with you," said the farrier. "You're a rude fellow," cried the beetle, as he walked out of the stable. And then he flew for a short distance, till he found himself in a beautiful flower garden, all fragrant with roses and lavender. The ladybirds, with red and black shells on their backs and delicate wings, were flying about, and one of them said, "Is it not sweet and lovely here? Oh, how beautiful everything is!" "I am accustomed to better things," said the beetle. "Do you call this beautiful? Why, there is not even a dung heap." Then he went on, and under the shadow of a large haystack he found a caterpillar crawling along. "How beautiful this world is," said the caterpillar. "The sun is so warm I quite enjoy it, and soon I shall go to sleep and die as they call it, but I shall wake up with beautiful wings to fly with, like a butterfly." "How conceited you are," exclaimed the beetle. "Fly about as a butterfly indeed. What of that? I have come out of the emperor's stable, and no one there, not even the emperor's horse, who in fact wears my cast-off golden shoes, has any idea of flying, excepting myself. To have wings and fly, why, I can do that already." And so saying, he spread his wings and flew away. "I don't want to be disgusted," he said to himself, "and yet I can't help it." Soon after, he fell down upon an extensive lawn, and for a time pretended to sleep, but at last fell asleep in earnest. Suddenly, a heavy shower of rain came falling from the clouds. The beetle woke up with the noise, and would have been glad to creep into the earth for shelter, but he could not. He was tumbled over and over with the rain, sometimes swimming on his stomach and sometimes on his back. And as for flying, that was out of the question. He began to doubt whether he should escape with his life, so he remained, quietly lying where he was. After a while, the weather cleared up a little, and the beetle was able to rub the water from his eyes and look about him. He saw something gleaming, and he managed to make his way up to it. It was linen which had been laid to bleach on the grass. He crept into a fold of the damp linen, which certainly was not so comfortable a place to lie in as the warm stable, but there was nothing better. So he remained lying there for a whole day and night, and the rain kept on all the time. Towards morning he crept out of his hiding place, feeling in a very bad temper with the climate. 2 frogs were sitting on the linen, and their bright eyes actually glistened with pleasure. "Wonderful weather this," cried one of them, "and so refreshing. This linen holds the water together so beautifully that my hind legs quiver as if I were going to swim." "I should like to know," said another, "if the swallow who flies so far in her many journeys to foreign lands ever met with a better climate than this. What delicious moisture! It is as pleasant as lying in a wet ditch. I am sure anyone who does not enjoy this has no love for his fatherland." "Have you ever been in the emperor's stable?" asked the beetle. "There the moisture is warm and refreshing. That's the climate for me. But I could not take it with me on my travels. Is there not even a dunghill here in this garden where a person of rank, like myself, could take up his abode and feel at home?" But the frogs either did not or would not understand him. "I never ask a question twice," said the beetle, after he had asked this one 3 times and received no answer. Then he went on a little farther and stumbled against a piece of broken crockeryware, which certainly ought not to have been lying there. But as it was there, it formed a good shelter against wind and weather to several families of earwigs who dwelt in it. Their requirements were not many. They were very sociable and full of affection for their children, so much so that each mother considered her own child the most beautiful and clever of them all. "Our dear son has engaged himself," said one mother. "Dear innocent boy. His greatest ambition is that he may one day creep into a clergyman's ear. That is a very artless and lovable wish, and being engaged will keep him steady. What happiness for a mother." "Our son," said another, "had scarcely crept out of the egg when he was off on his travels. He is all life and spirits. I expect he will wear out his horns with running. How charming this is for a mother, is it not, Mr. Beetle?" For she knew the stranger by his horny coat. "You are both quite right," said he. So they begged him to walk in, that is to come as far as he could under the broken piece of earthenware. "Now you shall also see my little earwigs," said a third and a fourth mother. "They are lovely little things and highly amusing. They are never ill-behaved, except when they are uncomfortable in their inside, which unfortunately often happens at their age." Thus each mother spoke of her baby, and their babies talked after their own fashion, and made use of the little nippers they have in their tails to nip the beard of the beetle. "They are always busy about something, the little rogues," said the mother, beaming with maternal pride. But the beetle felt it a bore, and he therefore inquired the way to the nearest dung heap. "That is quite out in the great world, on the other side of the ditch," answered an earwig. "I hope none of my children will ever go so far. It would be the death of me." "But I shall try to get so far," said the beetle, and he walked off without taking any formal leave, which is considered a polite thing to do. When he arrived at the ditch, he met several friends, all them beetles. "We live here," they said, "and we are very comfortable. May we ask you to step down into this rich mud? You must be fatigued after your journey." "Certainly," said the beetle. "I shall be most happy. I have been exposed to the rain and have had to lie upon linen, and cleanliness is a thing that greatly exhausts me. I have also pains in one of my wings from standing in the draught under a piece of broken crockery. It is really quite refreshing to be with one's own kindred again." "Perhaps you came from a dung heap," observed the oldest of them. "No, indeed. I came from a much grander place," replied the beetle. "I came from the emperor's stable, where I was born, with golden shoes on my feet. I am travelling on a secret embassy, but you must not ask me any questions, for I cannot betray my secret." Then the beetle stepped down into the rich mud, where sat 3 young lady beetles, who tittered because they did not know what to say. "None of them are engaged yet," said their mother, and the beetle maidens tittered again, this time quite in confusion. "I have never seen greater beauties, even in the royal stables," exclaimed the beetle, who was now resting himself. "Don't spoil my girls," said the mother, "and don't talk to them, pray, unless you have serious intentions." But of course the beetle's intentions were serious, and after a while our friend was engaged. The mother gave them her blessing, and all the other beetles cried, "Hurrah!" Immediately after the betrothal came the marriage, for there was no reason to delay. The following day passed very pleasantly, and the next was tolerably comfortable. But on the 3rd, it became necessary for him to think of getting food for his wife, and perhaps for children. "I have allowed myself to be taken in," said our beetle to himself, "and now there's nothing to be done but to take them in return." No sooner said than done. Away he went, and stayed away all day and all night, and his wife remained behind a forsaken widow. "Oh," said the other beetles, "this fellow that we have received into our family is nothing but a complete vagabond. He has gone away and left his wife a burden upon our hands. Well, she can be unmarried again and remain here with my other daughters," said the mother. "Fie on the villain that forsook her." In the meantime, the beetle, who had sailed across the ditch on a cabbage leaf, had been journeying on the other side. In the morning, 2 persons came up to the ditch. When they saw him, they took him up and turned him over and over, looking very learned all the time, especially one, who was a boy. "Allah sees the black beetle in the black stone and the black rock. Is not that written in the Quran?" he asked. Then he translated the beetle's name into Latin and said a great deal upon the creature's nature and history. The second person, who was older and a scholar, proposed to carry the beetle home, as they wanted just such good specimens as this. Our beetle considered this speech a great insult, so he flew suddenly out of the speaker's hand. His wings were dry now, so they carried him to a great distance, till at last he reached a hothouse, where a sash of the glass roof was partly open, so he quietly slipped in and buried himself in the warm earth. "It is very comfortable here," he said to himself, and soon after fell asleep. Then he dreamed that the emperor's horse was dying and had left him his golden shoes, and also promised that he should have 2 more. All this was very delightful, and when the beetle woke up he crept forth and looked around him. What a splendid place the hothouse was! At the back, large palm trees were growing, and the sunlight made the leaves look quite glossy, and beneath them what a profusion of luxuriant green and of flowers red like flame, yellow as amber, or white as new fallen snow. "What a wonderful quantity of plants," cried the beetle. "How good they will taste when they are decayed. This is a capital storeroom. There must certainly be some relations of mine living here. I will just see if I can find anyone with whom I can associate. I'm proud, certainly, but I'm also proud of being so." Then he prowled about in the earth and thought what a pleasant dream that was about the dying horse and the golden shoes he had inherited. Suddenly a hand seized the beetle and squeezed him and turned him round and round. The gardener's little son and his playfellow had come into the hothouse, and seeing the beetle, wanted to have some fun with him. First, he was wrapped in a vine leaf and put into a warm trousers pocket. He twisted and turned about with all his might, but he got a good squeeze from the boy's hand, as a hint for him to keep quiet. Then the boy went quickly towards a lake that lay at the end of the garden. Here the beetle was put into an old broken wooden shoe, in which a little stick had been fastened upright for a mast, and to this mast the beetle was bound with a piece of worsted. Now he was a sailor and had to sail away. The lake was not very large, but to the beetle it seemed an ocean, and he was so astonished at its size that he fell over on his back and kicked out his legs. Then the little ship sailed away. Sometimes the current of the water seized it, but whenever it went too far from the shore, one of the boys turned up his trousers and went in after it and brought it back to land. But at last, just as it went merrily out again, the 2 boys were called, and so angrily that they hastened to obey and ran away as fast as they could from the pond, so that the little ship was left to its fate. It was carried away farther and farther from the shore, till it reached the open sea. This was a terrible prospect for the beetle, for he could not escape in consequence of being bound to the mast. Then a fly came and paid him a visit. "What beautiful weather," said the fly. "I shall rest here and sun myself. You must have a pleasant time of it." "You speak without knowing the facts," replied the beetle. "Don't you see that I am a prisoner?" "Ah, but I'm not a prisoner," remarked the fly, and away he flew. "Well, now I know the world," said the beetle to himself. "It's an abominable world. I'm the only respectable person in it. First, they refuse me my golden shoes. Then I have to lie on damp linen, and to stand in a draught. And to crown all, they fasten a wife upon me. Then, when I have made a step forward in the world, and found out a comfortable position, just as I could wish it to be, one of these human boys comes and ties me up, and leaves me to the mercy of the wild waves, while the emperor's favourite horse goes prancing about proudly on his golden shoes. This vexes me more than anything, but it is useless to look for sympathy in this world. My career has been very interesting, but what's the use of that if nobody knows anything about it? The world does not deserve to be made acquainted with my adventures, for it ought to have given me golden shoes when the emperor's horse was shod, and I stretched out my feet to be shod too. If I had received golden shoes, I should have been an ornament to the stable. Now I am lost to the stable and to the world. It is all over with me. But all was not yet over. A boat, in which were a few young girls, came rowing up. "Look, yonder is an old wooden shoe sailing along," said one of the younger girls. "And there's a poor little creature bound fast in it," said another. The boat now came close to our Beetle's ship, and the young girls fished it out of the water. One of them drew a small pair of scissors from her pocket and cut the worsted without hurting the Beetle, and when she stepped on shore she placed him on the grass. "There," she said, "creep away or fly if thou canst. It is a splendid thing to have thy liberty." Away flew the Beetle, straight through the open window of a large building. There he sank down, tired and exhausted, exactly on the mane of the emperor's favourite horse, who was standing in his stable, and the Beetle found himself at home again. For some time he clung to the mane, that he might recover himself. "Well," he said, "here I am, seated on the emperor's favourite horse, sitting upon him as if I were the emperor himself. But what was it the farrier asked me? Ah, I remember now. That's a good thought. He asked me why the golden shoes were given to the horse. The answer is quite clear to me now. They were given to the horse on my account." And this reflection put the Beetle into a good temper. The sun's rays also came streaming into the stable and shone upon him and made the place lively and bright. "Travelling expands the mind very much," said the Beetle. "The world is not so bad after all, if you know how to take things as they come." The bird of popular song. In his winter time, the earth wears a snowy garment and looks like marble hewn out of the rock. The air is bright and clear, the wind is sharp as a well-tempered sword, and the trees stand like branches of white coral or blooming almond twigs. And here it is keen, as on the lofty Alps. The night is splendid in the gleam of the northern lights, and in the glitter of innumerable twinkling stars. But we sit in the warm room, by the hot stove, and talk about the old times, and we listen to this story. By the open sea was a giant's grave, and on the grave mound sat at midnight the spirit of the buried hero who had been a king. The golden circlet gleamed on his brow, his hair fluttered in the wind, and he was clad in steel and iron. He bent his head mournfully and sighed in deep sorrow, as an unquiet spirit might sigh, and a ship came sailing by. Presently the sailors lowered the anchor and landed. Among them was a singer, and he approached the royal spirit and said, "Why mournest thou, and wherefore dost thou suffer thus?" And the dead man answered, "No one has sung the deeds of my life. They are dead and forgotten. Song doth not carry them forth over the lands, nor into the hearts of men. Therefore I have no rest and no peace." And he spoke of his works and of his warlike deeds, which his contemporaries had known, but which had not been sung, because there was no singer among his companions. Then the old bard struck the strings of his harp, and sang of the youthful courage of the hero, of the strength of the man, and of the greatness of his good deeds. Then the face of the dead one gleamed like the margin of the cloud in the moonlight. Gladly and of good courage, the form arose in splendour and in majesty, and vanished like the glancing of the northern light. Naught was to be seen but the green turfy mound, with the stones on which no runic record has been graven. But at the last sound of the harp there soared over the hill, as though he had fluttered from the harp, a little bird, a charming singing bird, with ringing voice of the thrush, with the moving voice pathos of the human heart, with a voice that told of home, like the voice that is heard by the bird of passage. The singing bird soared away, over mountain and valley, over field and wood. He was the bird of popular song, who never dies. We hear his song. We hear it now in the room while the white bees are swarming without, and the storm clutches the windows. The bird sings not alone the requiem of heroes. He sings also sweet gentle songs of love, so many and so warm, of northern fidelity and truth. He has stories in words and in tones. He has proverbs and snatches of proverbs, songs which, like runes laid under a dead man's tongue, force him to speak, and thus popular song tells of the land of his birth. In the old heathen days, in the times of the Vikings, the popular speech was enshrined in the harp of the bard. In the days of knightly castles, when the strongest fist held the scales of justice, when only might was right, and a peasant and a dog were of equal importance, where did the bird of song find shelter and protection? Neither violence nor stupidity gave him a thought, but in the gabled window of the knightly castle, the lady of the castle sat with the parchment roll before her, and wrote down the old recollections in song and legend, while near her stood the old woman from the wood, and the travelling pedlar who went wandering through the country. As these told their tales, there fluttered around them, with twittering and song, the bird of popular song, who never dies so long as the earth has a hill upon which his foot may rest. And now he looks in upon us and sings. Without are the night and the snowstorm. He lays the runes beneath our tongues, and we know the land of our home. Heaven speaks to us in our native tongue, in the voice of the bird of popular song. The old remembrances awake, the faded colours glow with a fresh lustre, and story and song pour us a blessed draught, which lifts up our minds and our thoughts, so that the evening becomes as a Christmas festival. The snowflakes chase each other, the ice cracks, the storm rules without, for he has the might, he is Lord, but not the Lord of all. It is winter time. The wind is sharp as a two-edged sword. The snowflakes chase each other. It seems as though it had been snowing for days and weeks, and the snow lies like a great mountain over the whole town, like a heavy dream of the winter night. Everything on the earth is hidden away. Only the golden cross of the church, the symbol of faith, arises over the snow grave and gleams in the blue air and in the bright sunshine. And over the buried town fly the birds of heaven, the small and the great. They twitter and they sing as best they may, each bird with his beak. First comes the band of sparrows. They pipe at every trifle in the streets and lanes, in the nests and the houses. They have stories to tell about the front buildings and the back buildings. We know the buried town, they say. Everything living in it is peep, peep, peep. The black ravens and crows flew on over the white snow. Grub, grub, they cried. There's something to be got down there, something to swallow, and that's most important. That's the opinion of most of them down there, and the opinion is goo goo good. The wild swans come flying on whirring pinions and sing of the noble and the great that will still sprout in the hearts of men, down in the town which is resting beneath its snowy veil. No death is there. Life reigns yonder. We hear it on the notes that swell onward like the tones of the church organ, which sees us like sounds from the elf hill, like the songs of Ossian, like the rushing swoop of the wandering spirit's wings. What harmony! That harmony speaks to our hearts and lifts up our souls. It is the bird of popular song whom we hear, and at this moment the warm breath of heaven blows down from the sky. There are gaps in the snowy mountains. The sun shines into the clefts. Spring is coming. The birds are returning, and new races are coming with the same home sounds in their hearts. Hear the story of the year, the night of the snowstorm, the heavy dream of the winter night. All shall be dissolved. All shall rise again in the beauteous notes of the bird of popular song, who never dies. The child in the grave. It was a very sad day, and every heart in the house felt the deepest grief. For the youngest child, a boy of 4 years old, the joy and hope of his parents, was dead. 2 daughters, the elder of whom was going to be confirmed, still remained. They were both good, charming girls, but the lost child always seems the dearest. And when it is youngest and a son, it makes the trial still more heavy. The sisters mourned as young hearts can mourn, and were especially grieved at the sight of their parents' sorrow. The father's heart was bowed down, but the mother sunk completely under the deep grief. Day and night she had attended to the sick child, nursing and carrying it in her bosom as a part of herself. She could not realize the fact that the child was dead and must be laid in a coffin to rest in the ground. She thought God could not take her darling little one from her. And when it did happen, notwithstanding her hopes and her belief, and there could be no more doubt on the subject, she said in her feverish agony, "God does not know it. He has hard-hearted ministering spirits on earth, who do according to their own will, and heed not a mother's prayers." Thus, in her great grief, she fell away from her faith in God, and dark thoughts arose in her mind respecting death and a future state. She tried to believe that man was but dust, and that with his life all existence ended. But these doubts were no support to her, nothing on which she could rest, and she sunk into the fathomless depths of despair. In her darkest hours she ceased to weep, and thought not of the young daughters who were still left to her. The tears of her husband fell on her forehead, but she took no notice of him. Her thoughts were with her dead child. Her whole existence seemed wrapped up in the remembrances of the little one, and of every innocent word it had uttered. The day of the little child's funeral came. For nights previously the mother had not slept, but in the morning twilight of this day she sunk from weariness into a deep sleep. In the meantime the coffin was carried into a distant room and there nailed down, that she might not hear the blows of the hammer. When she awoke and wanted to see her child, the husband with tears said, "We have closed the coffin. It was necessary to do so." "When God is so hard to me, how can I expect men to be better?" she said, with groans and tears. The coffin was carried to the grave, and the disconsolate mother sat with her young daughters. She looked at them, but she saw them not, for her thoughts were far away from the domestic hearth. She gave herself up to her grief, and it tossed her to and fro, as the sea tosses a ship without compass or rudder. So the day of the funeral passed away, and similar days followed, of dark, wearisome pain. With tearful eyes and mournful glances, the sorrowing daughters and the afflicted husband looked upon her, who would not hear their words of comfort. And indeed, what comforting words could they speak, when they were themselves so full of grief? It seemed as if she would never again know sleep, and yet it would have been her best friend, one who would have strengthened her body and poured peace into her soul. They at last persuaded her to lie down, and then she would lie as still as if she slept. One night, when her husband listened, as he often did, to her breathing, he quite believed that she had at length found rest and relief in sleep. He folded his arms and prayed, and soon sunk himself into healthful sleep. Therefore he did not notice that his wife arose, threw on her clothes, and glided silently from the house, to go where her thoughts constantly lingered, to the grave of her child. She passed through the garden, to a path across a field that led to the churchyard. No one saw her as she walked, nor did she see anyone, for her eyes were fixed upon the one object of her wanderings. It was a lovely starlight night in the beginning of September, and the air was mild and still. She entered the churchyard and stood by the little grave, which looked like a large nosegay of fragrant flowers. She sat down and bent her head low over the grave, as if she could see her child through the earth that covered him, her little boy, whose smile was so vividly before her, and the gentle expression of whose eyes, even on his sick bed, she could not forget. How full of meaning that glance had been, as she leaned over him, holding in hers the pale hand which he had no longer strength to raise. As she had sat by his little cot, so now she sat by his grave, and here she could weep freely, and her tears fell upon it. "Thou wouldst gladly go down and be with thy child," said a voice quite close to her, a voice that sounded so deep and clear that it went to her heart. She looked up, and by her side stood a man wrapped in a black cloak, with a hood closely drawn over his face, but her keen glance could distinguish the face under the hood. It was stern, yet awakened confidence, and the eyes beamed with youthful radiance. "Down to my child," she repeated, and tones of despair and entreaty sounded in the words. "Darest thou to follow me?" asked the form. "I am death." She bowed her head in token of assent. Then suddenly it appeared as if all the stars were shining with the radiance of the full moon on the many-coloured flowers that decked the grave. The earth that covered it was drawn back like a floating drapery. She sunk down, and the spectre covered her with a black cloak. Night closed around her, the night of death. She sank deeper than the spade of the sexton could penetrate, till the churchyard became a roof above her. Then the cloak was removed, and she found herself in a large hall of wide-spreading dimensions, in which there was a subdued light, like twilight raining, and in a moment her child appeared before her, smiling and more beautiful than ever. With a silent cry she pressed him to her heart. A glorious strain of music sounded, now distant, now near. Never had she listened to such tones as these. They came from beyond a large, dark curtain, which separated the regions of death from the land of eternity. "My sweet darling mother," she heard the child say. It was the well-known, beloved voice, and kiss followed kiss in boundless delight. Then the child pointed to the dark curtain. There is nothing so beautiful on earth as it is here. Mother, do you not see them all? Oh, it is happiness indeed. But the mother saw nothing of what the child pointed out, only the dark curtain. She looked with earthly eyes and could not see, as the child saw, he whom God has called to be with himself. She could hear the sounds of music, but she heard not the words, the word in which she was to trust. I can fly now, mother, said the child. I can fly with other happy children into the presence of the Almighty. I would fain fly away now, but if you weep for me as you are weeping now, you may never see me again. And yet I would go so gladly. May I not fly away, and you will come to me soon, will you not, dear mother? Oh, stay, stay, implored the mother. Only one moment more, only once more, that I may look upon thee, and kiss thee, and press thee to my heart. Then she kissed and fondled her child. Suddenly her name was called from above. What could it mean? Her name uttered in a plaintive voice. Hearest thou, said the child, it is my Father who calls thee. And in a few moments deep sighs were heard, as of children weeping. They are my sisters, said the child. Mother, surely you have not forgotten them. And then she remembered those she left behind, and a great terror came over her. She looked around her at the dark night. Dim forms flitted by. She seemed to recognize some of them as they floated through the regions of death towards the dark curtain, where they vanished. Would her husband and her daughters flit past? No. Their sighs and lamentations still sounded from above, and she had nearly forgotten them, for the sake of him who was dead. Mother, now the bells of heaven are ringing, said the child. Mother, the sun is going to rise. An overpowering light streamed in upon her. The child had vanished, and she was being borne upwards. All around her became cold. She lifted her head and saw that she was lying in the churchyard, on the grave of her child. The Lord, in a dream, had been a guide to her feet and a light to her spirit. She bowed her knees and prayed for forgiveness. She had wished to keep back a soul from its immortal flight. She had forgotten her duties towards the living who were left her. And when she had offered this prayer, her heart felt lighter. The sun burst forth. Over her head a little bird caroled his song, and the church bells sounded for the early service. Everything around her seemed holy, and her heart was chastened. She acknowledged the goodness of God. She acknowledged the duty she had to perform, and eagerly she returned home. She bent over her husband, who still slept. Her warm, devoted kiss awakened him, and words of heartfelt love fell from the lips of both. Now she was gentle and strong as a wife can be, and from her lips came the words of faith. Whatever he doeth is right and best. Then her husband asked, From whence hast thou all at once derived such strength and comforting faith? And as she kissed him and her children, she said, It came from God, through my child in the grave. And so, our quest through these timeless tales comes to an end. With the story's final words, you have completed this sleepy quest. May your dreams be filled with magic until the next adventure begins. Rest well, traveller.